Let's go! Today we're breaking down as many throws as we possibly can from the best rookie season in NFL history. That, of course, is Jayden Daniels. Comment below if you believe you see an NFL MVP or Super Bowl in the near future for the burgundy and gold. So right here we have a little bit of leakage, worse than my grandpa's Depends here. Tight end here, Austin Eckler right here. But what does Jayden Daniels do? He breaks the contain and just runs to the left in his first ever true NFL start. And honestly, we all know things get even better as we move along, okay? So he obviously gets out of bounds, avoids taking the big hit, which you want to see more of.
All right, so we get to this 3rd and 4, and this is really, really good stuff by Jayden, okay? They bring a simulated pressure, or this isn't even a simulated pressure. This is just, a little fire zone here. DN looks like he's rushing, but he actually bails out. Jayden starts off looking left, and there's just nothing open over here. Okay, you can see that this is just capped off right here. The route combinations are also kind of weird. It looks like it's an out and up mixed with just a go here. I'm not the biggest Kingsbury fan, as I've shared on here. And obviously, these two things are just absolutely swallowed whole. And the thing that sucks about this is the protection here is actually really good. I just don't like any of the route combinations, okay? But here's the thing. Contained versus Jayden Daniels, even if 9 would have done a better job of keeping it, really doesn't exist. I mean, he's that mind-numbingly fast, and he picks up an easy first down here with a little Nick Walinda tightrope of the sideline here. Gotta love it. Got to, baby. All right, so we get to this 3rd and 3, and I was very concerned about Jayden going up against Todd Bowles. That is not a great defensive coordinator to play in your very first start. And Todd decides to get very crazy here. He's bringing a slot corner blitz behind a crowded line of scrimmage, okay? So this is really difficult to pick up. The problem here is Austin Eckler picks up Lavonte David, and the slot corner blitzer is actually coming around him, and none actually gets picked up well at all. Eckler kind of whiffs his block here on Lavonte David. The slot corner blitzer comes around here, and Jayden doesn't really fully step into this throw here, okay? He's kind of fading away to make sure he doesn't take a big hit. I can live with that because his ball location is okay, right? Jayden is so used on these comeback routes to throwing the football really tight to the sideline. That was catchable. Obviously, the ball location could have been better, but I like seeing him throw in the direction of the blitz. I think that could have been caught by a better receiver. All right, we get to the 2nd and 8. And, it's one thing to throw in the direction of the blitz. One thing Jayden did a really good job of at LSU is running in the direction of the blitz, okay? This actually ends up being a very exotic look, okay? So it looks like Winfield is, bringing pressure, but he actually backs out and runs with Austin Eckler, and that gets this tackle all out of sorts, and this guy is running through here. 76 can't pick it up, but because there's no contained defender, Jayden's like, look, I can run around it, all right? Now, was there anything open here to the right side? Because that's looks like where Jayden eventually ended up looking. No. Thank goodness he did not throw either of these, all right? So this is just ridiculous playmaking ability. There's not really many quarterbacks in the NFL that could do that. Anthony Richardson can. Obviously, Lamar can. But that is just ridiculous. And then it's the show, right? It's the afterburners here. Just fall down, don't take a hit, and it's a huge gain. So we get to here. There's 2 deep safeties here, so you would like to think that these verticals were not open here. Linebackers also float back really deep, okay? So Jayden decides to take this to Austin Eckler, one of the best receiving backs of the modern era, and this is why Austin Eckler is that, right? He throws Lavonte David off of him and another starting backer, and now it's just off to the races here. Man, Austin Eckler looked like he had some real juice in this game. So here we go, 2nd and 10. Jayden drops back really deep. Don't know if anything's open. Once again, we get a tight broadcast camera angle here. Going to go So here we go, 2nd and 10, and, I could go look up the all 22 of this, but I don't know if anything's open. I really, really, really don't, okay? And Jayden has dropped so far back here that it's just kind of tough to see anything, really, okay? But Jayden somehow gets out of this. And this is the danger of playing Jayden Daniels. He can get out of any of these situations and just run right by you. The angles you take versus other quarterbacks are really, really, really different than the ones you have to take versus Jayden, and it's another big run. So we get to here, and Brian Robinson was definitely one of my more drafted running backs in fantasy this year, just because of all the gravity that Jayden brings to the running game. Okay, you're looking to fill over here, and you could just easily overrun the backers or the running back, and that's exactly what happens here. All right, so we get to the 2nd and 5. Snap is a little high. You get a play action fake mixed in here, and Jayden decides to not rip either of these routes, and, well, he decides to tuck and run. All right, does Zach Ertz eventually get open here? Sure. Okay, that could have been thrown, but Jayden elects to run through here and pick up this first down, okay? Big, big, big rushing day for JD5. Really, really, really was. He falls forward and doesn't take a hit. All right, so we get to this 3rd and 5, okay? And this is coming from someone that watched a lot of Jayden, okay? In college, he threw this every single time to Malik Neighbors. Well, that's Malik Neighbors, who's probably better than any receiver on this team. And you can make a case Brian Thomas is a better number 2 than any of the number 2 receivers on this team. So Jayden always throws the comeback route to this player. He always has and always will, okay? I don't know if that's the best option here because Zacchaeus is just not that guy. So right here, it's clear man coverage. I would like to see Jayden work over here with Terry McLaurin on the whip, okay? Because this is there, okay? It's not past the sticks, per se, but that to Terry, I think, would have been a nice gain. It would have been an easier throw, and you could go for it on 4th after that as well. So on this 1st and 10, you would need a wider camera angle to determine if this dig to Dyami Brown was open. Either way, this is a ridiculous throw to Zach Ertz, okay? Good zip on the ball, and it actually gets through there, okay? I was very shocked that ball actually got through there. I was interested to see if this dig to Dyami Brown was open, okay? But Jayden does get it there, and he picks up a first down. So I hope you subscribe and ring the bell. Obviously, Jayden took some tough hits in this game, but he's a tough son of a gun. And this is definitely one of his better throws. It's a simpler throw, but this was a big criticism. The intermediate stuff and over the middle stuff, right? Where he was a lot better last year at LSU than any other time in his career. Okay? Takes what the defense gives him, hits him right in the chest, and B-Rob shows some really good yak ability here. And you could make a case that B-Rob is the best skill guy that Jayden has to work with. And that is ridiculous. B-Rob is able to cut back, and he almost scores this ball, which is redunculous, okay? And, God, that's a great cutback, some good hustle right there by Terry McLaurin. He almost gets there. All right, we get to the zone read here. Hand off to B-Rob. No, he decides to pull it. The problem with the zone read when you're guarding Jayden, he did a really good job of this at LSU, is if you have a wide angle to make sure you're able to keep contained and he doesn't go around you, he can run underneath you as well. And that's what he does here to 98, who is lined up kind of in the slot, and Jayden just jumps through for a rushing tutty. The bottom line is Jayden showed amazing poise, amazing toughness. Obviously, you don't want him taking as many hits and running as much as he did in this game. You don't want to see more throws, per se. But ultimately, he's going to get better, right? It did not seem like this game was moving too fast for him. At least I didn't see it here. Now, when I get the all-22, obviously that's going to show even more misses, as it does with pretty much every rookie quarterback. But the bottom line is Jayden looked like a bona fide leader, and he just looked solid. So obviously, he completes his quick out here in the background of Zach Ertz. Game is just completely out of balance. You're just as a defense just running whatever and just hoping they don't score. But, a bunch of empty calorie passing yards here at the end. Let's go! Are you freaking kidding me? Jayden Daniels gets his first W. Comment below, do you feel he is going to win the NFL Rookie of the Year? There is some really harsh competition. All right, this shows you how special Jayden Daniels is as a player. The worst type of pressure to give up is unblocked A-gap pressure, and that's exactly what we get here, okay? So, Jayden, yes, in theory, while getting absolutely crushed, could have thrown this ball to Luke McCaffrey. And in the long term, you want to see him actually make this throw with some anticipation. But Jayden is also a very special playmaker, okay? You rarely see any quarterback get out of the unblocked A-gap pressure. Now, one little bit of criticism here, and it doesn't have to do with any team. It has to do with the referee. Okay, I want you to see how casually he's just standing here watching this play. And normally, he's used to seeing most quarterbacks just go down after this. But watch him. He doesn't really even move to get out of the way. Look, he's just standing still, just watching this unfold. Back the freak up, bro. And you'll see that Jayden gets out of a little horse collar pull right there. And now it's off to the races, okay? Ref does eventually get out of the way, but still. And he gets out of this. Now, and obviously, this is what you want to avoid. Jayden was still in bounds zone when this hit happened. You could see when the contact's happening, his foot wasn't out of bounds. It's not illegal head-to-head contact or anything. Normally, this does get the flag. If this was Mahomes, oh my goodness, we would see bombs over Baghdad level flags, man. All right, so we get to this 3rd and 10, and to me, I just think there's nothing open here, okay? Dexter Lawrence is just too good of a DT to just sit back there. Some would say, hey, you could step up, reset, and throw a prayer, but Terry McLaurin is just covered here. This is covered and not getting the sticks. I mean, comeback here is open, but it just takes too long to develop past the sticks. So we pick it up here, and this just shows you how freaking good he is as a runner. All right, this is not there. This is not there, okay? If you were to guess how many yards he would be gaining, you would say probably 5, maybe 7. But somehow, he finds a way through 2 defenders and picks up this first down, okay? Now, it was reversed, but still, they eventually got it. Ridiculous. Right, so this is a big-time throw from Jayden, okay? Left tackle gets beat. It's going to happen. Giants have a really, really good defensive line. And what makes this even tougher is they have a QB spy to go along with it. So, 3rd down, 3-man rush gets home, and you have a QB spy. Thibodeau's just a really good player. Look at that rip move right there. It's absolutely perfect. But Jayden, while getting hit, still delivers a really good ball to Zach Ertz, right? Could it have been a half second sooner? Yes. Do you want this ball to be more away from the defender? Yes, but Ertz readjusts. It looks like for a second that this was actually going to be intercepted, but this is ridiculous from Ertz to get back into the rep and actually win the ball. All right, so we get to this 3rd and 6. You get a motion receiver right here, and Jayden starts off looking to the bottom of the screen, okay? And guess what? There's safety help over the top. What's really hilarious, though, is once he starts looking left, the double move right here from Brown, who has been a really nice pickup. Okay, get rid of Dotson, who never makes a play, and Noah Brown makes plays, right? He had some big games last year with C.J. Stroud, and this eventually does open up. So I would like to see Brown play more. This is just really, really bad offense all around. Okay. Olamide gets knocked to the ground. Okay. This is covered. This is just covered. And it's just a mess, right? I hate 3rd and medium play calls when every single route is past the sticks and there's no in breakers or anything like that, especially on 3rd and long, 3rd and 6 or more. Because it's a delayed pressure. It's near impossible to pick it up in protection. Tackle lets him go and then tries to pick this guy up late. which is what you should never really do unless you know the guard is picking this up. You should keep your block here. So even if Jayden was able to get away from this sack, I mean, you're right in the face of 27. You have another blitzer mixed in there. So I've been labeled a Jayden homer, and I am, okay? But this is on him. And look, at LSU, his first year, had a major sack issue. Major, all right? You're not always going to be able to run for it. And this time, as much as I hate on Kliff, this is actually really good offensive design. So Terry McLaurin, your go-to guy, is clearing out all this space for a deep over, okay? So even if this isn't open, you have Luke McCaffrey for a massive, massive gainer. And the reason why there's so much more value in throwing this ball is defenders always want to keep eyes on Jayden, right? They want to see him have to sit back here. This is actually a pretty solid pocket. They want to make you sit back here and make this throw, okay? Then the second thing that opens up, obviously you want to throw this ball to McCaffrey, is the backside dig right here to De'Ami Brown, all right? So just a bad sack right there. All right, and here's another weird one, all right? You know the Giants are going to be sinking back here on this 3rd and 13, all right? So Jayden is back in the pocket, and a few things actually happen here. You could throw this ball to Austin Eckler. He's probably gaining 6 or 7 yards. You could throw this football to Zach Ertz as well. But Jayden's like, look, if you're going to give me all this space, I'm going to tuck and run, okay? Now, what's very interesting is the deep post from De'Ami Brown gets picked up by the safety over the middle, and the deep over to McCaffrey is open again, right? So Jayden, let's see if this was something he could have ripped. I mean, in this situation, you're thinking that the deep middle actually, pre-snap, it looks like some variation of too high. So you're thinking that this safety is going to pick up the post, but that's not what happens. It's really hard to see this through, though. It's hard to actually think that this is going to be open, but it was, okay? But this is the major benefit of having Jayden Daniels as your quarterback, because he could do these unfreaking believable things with the ball. You think you have him, you don't. He's always able to slither through for a few extra yards, and this is why you want him to really throw that ball to McCaffrey. I want you to see this hit, all right? These are the ones that really, really hurt a quarterback. Bang! Helmet right directly, smack dab into the rib cage. I know McLaurin has done little in the stat sheet, but I think he's playing just fine, right? Once him and Jayden get more actual in-game chemistry, it's going to get really good. Really, really, really good. Jayden puts that ball right on the money. McLaurin does McLaurin things. And we get to this 3rd and 13. And, well, Austin Eckler has looked good, okay? It's amazing what a year after an ankle injury can do to you. There was a backer out here on him. Love this design from Kliff. And you get just absolute perfect blocking on the screen. But Eckler is able to turn on the juice, and he picks up a nice first down, okay? Wow. Really, really well executed. All right, so we've done a deep dive on how the Kansas City Chiefs love this play design, okay? You start off with your tight end blocking, and then he lets him go, and you leak out, right? So the design of this is to throw this, all right? So Jayden should have thrown this ball right here, okay? Now, this is the issue, is Jayden knows he's a better runner than Zach Ertz. So he's like, hey, I'm going to go make a play myself, all right? Sometimes you do just need to run the play, all right? And he gets around Dexter Lawrence, who is as good as any DT in the NFL right now, especially in the NFC. And Jayden is off to the races. And this is where he kills you, man. He has a lot of these runs where he's not really going vertically, but he's going kind of at a 45-degree angle, and it takes you so long to catch up to him. And the good thing you like about this is he doesn't ever really get hit. Alrighty, so you tell me, do you think Zach Ertz is scoring this if it's thrown? I mean, he might. It would depend on if you can get this tackle or if Ertz can make him miss. Okay, this is a reason why you draft Jayden Daniels, y'all. And I saw this unfold during my time at LSU. Everything is so much easier just by his sheer existence on the field. Okay? So you see here, the Giants are bringing a ton of pressure from so many different angles, right? They're tired of Jayden just running around all over them. He's just able to buy so much time, okay? And even if you think you're not going to give up a deep run, right? Look at all this space for B-Rob, and then look at all this space for Zach Ertz, all right? He just widens the football field. You have to guard every single blade of grass when Jayden Daniels is on the field. We get to hear this is just vintage Zach Ertz, okay? I know he's not the athlete in the family, but this is just ridiculous. Giants have the screen here just eaten up. It can also be run as a fake screen, a little leak from Zach Ertz, and Jayden says, look, I'm going to trust Zach to make the play, even though he's covered here. And look at this ball location, but look at this catch. I mean, that is ridiculous. Like, 27's going to have nightmares about Zach Ertz. Alrighty, so we get to this third down situation, and imitation is the best form of flattery, and Jayden's former teammate, Brian Thomas Jr., caught a Trevor Lawrence dot on this same exact play, right? It's basically a deep over towards the back of the end zone. The issue is the left tackle, who's a rookie. There's no need to name him. He's just not going to block Thibodeau, who obviously is a really good edge rusher. This ball, this is really hard when Jayden's getting ready to get hit. And the ball is lofted just a little bit. For this throw to be completed versus, these overhangs that are so good at dropping back into coverage, this ball does need to be more on the line because you got to get it up and down, and then you also got to give your receiver room to get both of the feet in bounds. That's actually still good ball location, but, because Jayden got hit, he couldn't really zip this thing in here. Jayden would tell you he would like to actually make this throw. It's really difficult with the guy right in your face, but I think if the pocket was clean, this is probably a tutty. All right, so let's move ahead here. This is Jayden doing some really freaking special things, okay? He sees his safety creep down into the box. This essentially becomes man coverage here. Jayden throws, you could see when he's actually ripping this, the receiver is not even, he's just now breaking to the outside. So this is really good anticipation. This is good pocket quarterbacking. You saw a lot of this from Jayden in the preseason. Lead him directly out of bounds, right at the stick. All right, I'm telling you, if you actually go back and watch these Texans games from last year, Brown made plays. I understand he was in an offense with C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, but the dude is just solid, man. So Jayden thinks about ripping this ball to Zach Ertz, okay? This actually is really good offense just across the way. I love the pre-snap motion. And look, I'm no play caller at all, but it's always good when you see multiple things open, all right? Once again, if you play Jayden Daniels, you want to have a lot of eyes in the backfield, okay? So when that happens, you have to make them pay through the air, okay? Got a big gainer right here to McCaffrey. It's not a big gainer, but you get what I'm saying, okay? But Jayden decides to work to this right side of the formation. He pumps like he's throwing the Zach Ertz. Very good decision. And then he works to the backside end breaker here with Brown, okay? And, man, this is really freaking good, okay? Now, here's the thing. You would like this ball location to be a little better because if you do hit him in the chest right here, he could still be running. Also, you can see here on this, he drifts backwards, right? Back into the rush. You want to try to avoid that the best you can. But the one thing I do like here from Jayden is that he didn't just tuck and ran with it, right? This was the right decision to actually rip this, and that shows you a lot of growth. And once again, if you hit him and he's able to keep his feet, all right, or you can make a case Brown didn't even need to jump for this. He might have. It's kind of tough to see from this angle. If you do hit him in stride, he's probably still running for at least 5 to 7 and potentially a tutty. All right, so this is definitely Kliff's best play call of the day. I mean, there's just everything about this play I love. Pre-snap motion mixed with a play action fake, and I love play designs where you actually throw the football to the running back that you initially play action fake to. All right. LSU actually ran a variation of this type of play. Okay. It's not just like this one. So this is a good job from Kliff finding plays that LSU ran quite a bit. Okay. So you could throw it to the tight end. Normally the leaking tight end is open. Not in this case, but the throwback to the running back is right there. And that's probably the first read of the progression anyway. Okay. And the good thing about throwing it to the running back is because the tight end was leaking this way, you also get a lead blocker. So you're basically getting the 2 for 1, right? If he's open, you throw it. If not, hit the running back, you got a lead blocker down the field. That's just really, really, really good stuff from Kliff Kingsbury and Austin Eckler. I don't know what he was trying to do there, but All right, so we get to here, 21 to 27, 184 yards. So as you can see, a very efficient but not really explosive pass game from Jayden. You know, you get the football after the Giants couldn't complete a 4th down, and, well, the Commanders get a really big break. First thing is you get really good pass protection here across the way. And Jayden is able to sit in a very good pocket and find Noah Brown over the middle. Not showing you the all-22, but, God, the Giants were sunk so far back in a very conservative alignment. And when you're that far back, guess what? The Commanders are basically almost in field goal range after just one throw. Let's freaking go. So I hope you enjoyed this today. We still have 2 more plays to break down, but I also want to mix in my overall thoughts on Jayden's performance. I love this play call from Kliff. B-Rob had been killing him all game, so you show pullers running to the left, but you actually get a 2-on-2 situation to the right side. Too many coaches run on first down in this situation to run clock and make the Giants burn timeouts. That's just excellent play calling. And then on the next play, you'll see Jayden pull it on his own read pull. Now, let's talk about the Commanders. Obviously, this is not a fully healthy offense, and the Giants are definitely one of the worst teams in the NFL. And there was a lot that we saw from Jayden where there were throws left on the field. He took a lot of hits that a lot of people are concerned about, but Jayden has been one of the more durable quarterbacks in high school or college throughout his career. So he's a tough son of a gun, but you do want to see the hits limited and a few more of these big-time throws completed. But, man, there's extra bonuses in not actually ripping all the throws is that when Jayden runs, he doesn't turn the football over, right? He is very good with the football, and you're able to win a lot of ugly games if you're not losing turnovers. So, yes, you need to convert some of these touchdowns, but in only a second game, I mean, it looks as if the Chicago Bears are regretting their decision. Why would you bet? I'm just kidding. It is too early to tell, but I have long been on Jayden being one of the best rookie quarterback prospects that we've had. I really do think he's going to be very good. And yes, I'm severely biased as a massive, massive Jayden fan, but it is what it is at this point. Now, we haven't talked a whole lot about Eckler and B-Rob, who have both been very good so far this season. And I mean, as efficient as any running backs in all the NFL. Now, some of that is the matchups, but I want you to take a look at this from Ryan J. Heath, a very good fantasy analyst for Fantasy Points Data. Like, it is crazy how good both of them have been, and there is a very long Twitter thread on Power Hour LSU that shows that Jayden did the same thing to LSU's running backs. So I highly recommend you check out the Twitter thread. I'll link it down below, and follow me on my main account at Carter the Power. But my guy got his first of many W's, and he's only going to keep getting better and better and better. Let's freaking go. It is Power Hour NFL. Boom. And tonight, We're doing pizza. Let's go. Let's go, Commanders fans. Yes, Jayden Daniels cooked. And obviously, this was a pretty emotional game for my fellow LSU fans going up against Joe Burrow, but not only Joey B, but the great Jamar Chase. Obviously, this Commanders defense left a lot to be desired, but they were better in the red zone than the Bengals defense, and it was a huge difference. But explosive play TD. So the play of the game was this decision by Dan Quinn, right? This is field goal range for the Commanders, but they know going up against Joe Burrow, you need touchdowns, not field goals. And guess what? This shows you the greatness of Jayden Daniels right here. They have the perfect defense, right? They're all running in breakers. They know it was going to be, quick slants. So Jayden does a good job not forcing that ball in. And he actually waits for Luke McCaffrey in the second window. No pass rush at all here from the Bengals. And guess what? Jayden throws a dart right here to Luke McCaffrey. That was a good job by Luke going to the second window. And it ends up being an explosive pass play, right? And that's the thing. Jayden, of course, is getting better and better every day as a passer, and Luke almost scored that. And then you follow that up right here with a B-Rob tutty, okay? Good. I mean, look at this push right here. Get to the second level, Tyler Biadasz. That's really, really, really good stuff, and he walks in basically untouched. Excellent, excellent blocking. All right, so, everyone made a big deal about this miss here to Terry McLaurin. I'm not showing you where Jayden was hit while he was thrown. He was under heavy pressure by the great Trey Hendrickson. But, if Terry is juking guys and getting this open, eventually it's going to pay off later in the game, okay? So, yes, you would like to see this completed, but Jayden was under heavy, heavy, heavy pressure. And there was also a miss to Ben Sinnott on this drive, but I like this from the Commanders, right? You get in 12 personnel and you run the football in the direction of your 12, right? This is a good double right here on a safety, which is rare, okay? But get off this double and get to the second level, and that's what this tight end does right here, okay? I hope Austin Eckler's okay. I know he left the game, but the funny thing about Eckler is he has had a lot of juice, right? He had the kickoff return in this game. That was ridiculous for an RB his age. He has had a lot, and I mean a lot of juice, okay? And you see it right here. Man, 22 did not have the absolute best angle here, but it wasn't terrible. And Eckler just outruns him to the end zone for an explosive tutty. I really hope he's okay, though. So, obviously, everyone in the media wanted to get on Jayden for missing that one ball to Terry McLaurin and that one ball to Ben Sinnott. And what they don't tell you is he had the best deep ball throwing season in Pro Football Focus collegiate charting history. And this is why. His deep ball accuracy is actually really freaking good. It's just he's not been throwing the deep ball, right? Some of it is him not seeing open guys. You can see the film study from last week. That's floating in the top right corner of your screen. But this one obviously is pretty easy here to Terry McLaurin. I said it's easy. It's an easy read to find him. But look, he hits him right in freaking stride. Jayden is an elite deep ball thrower, especially as he matures in the NFL. Let's freaking go, Terry. Let him know, baby. He's like, I got a QB now. Let's go. All right, so now we get to hear zone read pull all day, every day, Jayden. Let them know that if you play the running back, he's going to make you pay every single time. 58 plays a running back after, B-Rob had been busting it up in there. Pause. And I can't tell you how many times I've seen Jayden just skip into the end zone, man. Look at this. Show him what you're working with, JD5. Let him know that you are now the best quarterback in the NFC, baby. Let's freaking go. Give him that shimmy, baby. Give him that shimmy. Let him know, Papa Daniels. Let him know. And yes, that is Jayden's dad. I need to get this shirt pronto as well. All right, so I know he's not going to make the NFL Hall of Fame or anything crazy like that, but how many football players have exceeded expectation better than Austin Eckler? He's returning kicks, right? Returning kicks. They called this guy washed. He just had tightrope surgery. That's all it is to it. And I really do wish, even though it did help Jayden's numbers, that he was able to house this bad boy, because this would have been an incredible highlight that Austin freaking Eckler is still playing elite football at this age. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff, baby. All right, I've been very critical of Kliff Kingsbury, but how can you not love him? Hooking Trent Scott up with a big man tutty. I also love that Scott showed a little block here to really sell the fake. Play action fake. Obviously, the Bengals are selling out to stop the run. Look at all this surge, and all we need Jayden to do is float this football high in the air and make sure the big man can score. Look at that, man. Show him what you're working with, Big 73. Look at that, man. High stepping, and then he hits. Okay, go ahead, Jayden. Tell you, the Commanders have become one of the funnest teams in the NFL. And, man, they're just very creative way of finding a way into the end zone. And you get a little bit of the Q-Dog dance here. I think that's the Q. Yeah, look, the hooks. All right, so it's fourth quarter. Bengals score that touchdown to Jamar Chase yet again. Joe Burrow had a really good night. So the score's 31-26, okay? It's 3rd and 3 here, and the Commanders decide to run mesh. And it looks like the Bengals have this covered. It looks like they're trying to pass this off here where he picks up the drag coming across, but that's not what actually happens, right? So Jayden Daniels decides to bail from this pocket, as he should, because nothing is really going to open up here. And there is someone untouched, and Jayden knows he can break this contain pretty easily. And Jayden does a good decision to throw this, right? Obviously, in a foot race, he could pick up these 3 yards, but he decides to throw an absolute strike right here to Terry McLaurin to pick up the first down. That was a good job by Jayden throwing on the run and breaking the contain. All right, here's Terry right here. Ball was slightly behind him, and he takes a pretty nice hit and holds on to it. What a play. All right, so this stuff right here, it's stuff of legend. He's yelling at his coaches, let's go. Let's do this. We do not kick field goals, man, when you are already the best quarterback in the National Football Conference. All right, so Bengals had issues lining up here pretty clearly. Okay, so Jayden does a good job, obviously, just being ready to go. Cincinnati, I was kind of shocked that they just couldn't get their calls in. And guess what? Jayden says, look, we're going to snap it. And none of the defensive linemen really even got in their stances, okay? Very unorthodox from, an experienced defensive coordinator, okay? So, linebacker here decides to green dog it. No one to guard, so he decides to, come at the last second. And Jayden finds Zach Ertz over the middle on the critical 4th down, okay? And you move the chains. Kind of an awkward play all around, but that's what you get when you are bold all game long, right? The Luke McCaffrey play early set the tone. All right, so then we get to here on this 3rd and 7. Let me just say this. Kliff Kingsbury had mostly called a really good game, but he infuriated me on 1st and 2nd, calling 2 Brian Robinson runs. I know B-Rob had a decent night, but he took the football out of Jayden Daniels' hands. So on 3rd and 7, they decide to crowd the line of scrimmage, and they're saying, hey, we're tired of Jayden making plays. Let's give a QB spy. And guess what? The blitz works. This is exactly what you want. QB spies and a faster guy on the blitz. So what does Jayden do? He throws a moon ball. Look at where Terry McLaurin is located. Look at this, okay? He said, I'm just going to throw it up and hope Terry is down there somewhere, all right? The anticipation and the ball placement on this is absolutely ridiculous. And yes, this throw was just so spectacular. That catch is unfreaking believably difficult. It really, really, really is. And you'll see it from this angle. 91% completion percentage is a rookie record. Y'all, how many quarterbacks right now in the NFC are you taking over Jayden Daniels for the future, right? Especially when you factor in these rookie contract years. The answer is probably 0, right? I'm not going to sit here and be super biased LSU Jayden fan here and say he's the best quarterback in the NFC. That's a disservice in how Kyler's playing, how Stafford played this weekend. I still have a ton of respect for Dakota Rain and Jordan Love. The list goes on and on. I just don't know if I've taken any of them over Jayden for the future. And it would not shock me when he is the clear-cut QB1 by the end of the season. And also, I love me some Jalen Hurts. Heck, I love me some Derek Carr with how he's played for after the first couple of weeks. But Jayden is that guy, pal. He's that guy. It is Power Hour NFL. Boom. And tonight, we're doing pizza, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Kliff!
Are you kidding me? Commanders fans, holy crap. It's happened again. Look at the anticipation he's throwing with. This honestly is pretty simple stuff right here. Man, getting Jahan Dotson out of this offense was a lifesaver, and picking up Noah Brown on the cheap and getting a third while you're at it. Super clean pocket. Look at Jayden throwing with some anticipation. This is an easy throw. You got DBs running into each other. They don't know what to do with Jayden freaking Daniels, and he starts off cooking him down 7-0. Let's go. So this was definitely Kliff's best called game. I didn't show you a really good Wildcat call with a direct snap to B-Rob, but man, look at this blocking from the Commanders' offensive line. Now, it is a lot easier to run the football when you have a running threat like Jayden Daniels. So this end can't crash down and make this play because he has to respect Jayden's pull ability. But look at this surge right here. You know, going into this game, so much was made of the Commanders being the worst defense in the NFL. Well, the Cardinals defense hadn't necessarily been rosy either, and they give up a rushing touchdown right up the gut. All right, I want you to see this out of 12 personnel. Obviously, all right, so this is really sexy right here from Kliff Kingsbury. You're in 13 personnel, and guess what? You're still throwing the football deep. You got to freaking love it, right? And this is just ridiculous from Jayden Daniels. They have a defender underneath this comeback, and Jayden's like, hey, it doesn't matter. I'm throwing this football to Scary Terry. Look at this ball location right here. Bang. When it comes to throwing the football, Jayden has been really clean. All right, so I do a lot of Jaguar breakdowns, and I always hear this. Well, you know, Trevor Lawrence doesn't have a great offensive line. Well, they all said that about the Commanders, right? They don't have a great offensive line. This is Olamide Zacchaeus, right? I don't even know how to say his name. Jayden is making these guys look like freaking stone-cold Pro Football Hall of Famers. And this is the most terrifying sight in the NFL. Jayden Daniels rolling out to the right side. You know, he could run, and then he could also do this. Really good route, though, from 14. And let's see if he can make a guy miss. He does right there. That's really good stuff. And he's able to fall forward for an extra yard. All right, I made this tweet on my LSU channel, and I'll make this point again here. Jayden Daniels just raises the level of play with everyone else. He's got this Magic Johnson kind of feel to him, right? So Budda Baker, he is good enough to run this play down from behind. And on top of that, they still do have another contained defender for Jayden, right? But it just makes you play on your heels when he just pulls it and kills teams, right? So Baker normally would be able to run this down from behind. It is still tough because this is such a horizontal handoff, and the end does a good job boxing it, but he still loses contain, right? He should have been flatter, and obviously, 2-6 did a really good job of filling in for Austin Eckler, number 30. It's still off to the races, okay? And even though Budda Baker wasn't able to make this tackle, holding up just a little bit because of Jayden's speed just opens things up just that little bit more. So right there, Jayden gave you 20 yards and a touchdown of extra equity right there. That is really good stuff. And if you're a safety, you got to make the touchdown-saving tackle. That's piss poor. Turn your jersey in. At least you're not a single digit, and it's a tutty. So now we get the Jayden Daniels interception, and I was able to reach out to the Daniels team, and I was able to get confirmation as to why Daniels didn't decide to check this football down, okay? They're in 12 personnel. They rotate motion Ben Sinnott into the game, get a play-action fake, and what happens here is everybody is just dropping back so deep. And obviously, in a perfect world, you just want to hit this if they're just going to give this to you all day, every day. Also, for some reason, the corner, obviously, it looks like some variation of quarters, The corner actually lost De'Ami Brown here for a tutty, okay? Then we get the overthrow, okay? As you can see, Jayden doesn't fully step into this, okay? And he's kind of fading when he actually threw this football. It's a wobbler, and it sails, and it's an interception. And by the way, that INT is just ridiculous. NFL players make crazy plays such as that one from time to time, okay? You can live with a pick every now and then. So the only reason that Jayden threw this ball is because he wanted to honor Patrick Peterson. He also wore number 21, PP7, one of the best LSU Tigers of all time. And Jayden also wanted to prove to the rest of the world that he's a human being. That's it. All right, let's get to this third in Bethesda here. I mean, look, Cardinals first in the NFL in negative plays. Jayden is really good at avoiding them. And, man, three-man rush. You're really respecting Jayden's running ability here. So this will be a situation, when the Commanders get into the playoffs, can Jayden beat you from the pocket? And the answer to that is yes. Now, I don't have the all-22 yet to see if anything else was open, but I want you to see where he actually placed this football. That is ridiculous placement, and I'll probably do an all-22 breakdown at some point later this week, but still, it's a punt. So we get to the 2nd and 5, and this honestly is freaking ridiculously good quarterback play. Surprised the Cardinals played so soft here. Okay, good job by Jayden not hitting this check down right here or the check down right here, but actually getting this football down the field to the dig, wide open, and boom, you're in field goal range. Okay, the great Zach Ertz makes a nice play. All right, let's move ahead here. And obviously the Commanders don't want to use this too often, but man, this is a good job creating a numbers advantage. You're running this into the boundary with trips to the left, okay? So you're thinking potentially this is a handoff to the left, but instead it's a quarterback sweep to the right. Good block starting things off here. Brown, who's been really good. God, that is a clean seal. God, you couldn't do that any better. 71, caught a touchdown last week. Oh, no, that wasn't him. That was Brown. I don't think 71's going to be doing a Q-Dog dance anytime soon. But honestly, this is one of the most perfectly blocked run plays of the season. Everybody did their assignment well. 34 is not going to make a touchdown-saving tackle. In fact, he didn't even touch Jayden, and it's a score. And this right here was a dagger. I mean, it's simply sensational quarterback play. And we're not doing any Commanders defensive reps. They really were the MVPs. I mean, it's not really a shock that Jayden lit the Cardinals up. It is a shock that the Commanders did a really good job defensively, okay? You have Jayden dead to rights right here, or do you, okay? It just doesn't take much for him to get off his launch point and find somebody open, and he does right at the sticks. Brown is a very high IQ football player, already working himself to that wide receiver 2 role, and it's a first down. Man, Commanders, you're going to really love this play on film, right? This isn't really anything Jayden, okay? It's just everybody in tight, and you're just running simple little counter here to the right, and you're just whipping guys up front. I mean, Tyler Biotish has to be first-team All-Pro center. I mean, I don't know how Creed Humphrey's really doing this year. I don't really watch center play all that closely, but, man, Biotish has been amazing. And, man, this is just a really good run, and the Commanders enforcing their will on the road. All right, so we get to here. 13 personnel again. Play action, and you're getting vertical. Man, I'm just loving the way Kliff is calling offense. You could tell this game meant a lot for him because of, obviously, his tie to the Cardinals and Kyler Murray and all that stuff. But remember, on the deep comeback earlier, Jayden didn't throw it when it was kind of sort of there. This time, with a clean pocket, he throws an absolute strike. You want this ball to be low so your receiver can't get hit, and it's a first down. Okay, and this time, on the stretch, handoff here to the left side, Jayden actually does boot it, okay? I understand two's got responsibility here to get out here into the flat, but, Jayden could throw this if he wants to, but instead, he's just going to take it himself. Good fake right there. It just opens up all this space for Jayden to run, and right here, you just want him to slide feet first, and he does. Another good design right here from Kliff. Instead of using a running back for the angle route, why not use 14? Okay, man, this is just really, really, really good quarterbacking. It's also bad defense. I mean, Jayden could take this at the sticks. I mean, you're down by 13. You got to be a little bit more aggressive than this. But he finds the receiver versus the linebacker matchup. That's good stuff right there by Kliff, getting matchup advantages. And you're still getting explosive gain. And this is what's interesting. If there was one negative for the Commanders, they were in really negative situations quite a bit. Okay? So behind the sticks, if you will. What I would say, though, and this actually goes back to Jayden's days at Arizona State, more often than not, the Sun Devils were not a well-disciplined team. They committed a lot of penalties. So Jayden was behind the sticks a lot at Arizona State, a lot. So he starts off looking to the left. Does he want to throw this football to Zach Ertz? He can if he wants to, but he eventually works back to the middle, plants his feet once again. He's fading away just a little bit here on this throw, but it doesn't matter. He's playing quick. That was a good resetting of the feet, and bang. I mean, goodness gracious. How can you play quarterback better than that? All right, 3rd and goal, and as great as Jayden's been, this is more Terry McLaurin, man. Terry has had a really good season, and now that he and Jayden are starting to develop this chemistry, it's about to get ugly. It's about to get helly ugly for the rest of the NFL, okay? So, why would I say that? Yes, this is a good throw by Jayden. It's also a little bit late. Also, the design of this is really good. Vertical to take this safety, and then you want Terry to work on an in-breaker behind it, okay? So, could this ball have been delivered a half second sooner? Yes. First off, this is a good route here by Terry to show that you might still go vertical, and then bang, he breaks it off. Watch how sharp this is. Bang. Okay, DB left in the dust. I mean, you honestly can't play football better than that. Then this ball could have been ripped a half a beat sooner, okay? Notice he is wide open at the time of the throw. You want to be a little bit more anticipatory, but still, Jayden's got the arm strength and the torque to deliver this ball. And because it was just a tad bit late, this allowed the DB to get back in. But because Terry just destroyed him that badly, it didn't matter. You get the juke, okay? But that wasn't the end of it, all right? He still sold vertical. Notice he didn't just break off here. Sold vertical to stack him, and then another plant and juke. I mean, Yo, that's Mozart right there, baby. That's a gap wider than Michael Strahan's front teeth. That is just nasty, nasty, nasty. All right, so the Commanders decided to go for 2. 13 personnel again, okay? The design of this is actually to go to the leaking tight end to the right, or from the right to the left. Okay, so you're trying to draw all this coverage here and then work back to the tight end here. And guess what? Cardinals have it covered. All right, so what does Jayden do? Well, he knows that there is a second tight end working the back of the end zone, and he sees it, and he rips it. And I'm telling you, Kliff had not called a game this well in quite some time. I mean, this was freaking beautiful. All right, so this might be the most exotic of all exotic designs of the day. Okay, 11 personnel, but once again, you have a wide receiver in at running back. Okay, so what you do here is you show a run action here, play action on the handoff, and normally what we've seen a lot of teams do is play action to the running back and throw it into the flats, but rarely is it kind of this orbit-ish kind of motion, and now you're basically running an option towards this end, okay? So the read here is to hope that all these defenders run with B-Rob this way, and you're reading this end, okay? So this is a run-pass option in many ways, okay? So if the end commits to you, you throw this football right here. It's very innovative. I don't know if I've ever seen that before, because that is tricky. And look at all this space, man. That is, man, oh man. It's just gross design, okay? Really, really, really good stuff. Alrighty, Commanders fans. I want to use two big words, and I think you know what those two words are, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut, okay? But I'm starting to wonder if the Commanders should really go for it this year. Do some crazy trade to make this defense that played really, really well, surprisingly well. Go get TJ Watt. Hell, do whatever it takes to really go for it. But I'm not going to use those two magical words just yet. But what I will tell you, as someone that watched every single Jayden rep at LSU and pretty much every single one at Arizona State, this isn't too shocking to me, okay? The fact that he's been so unfreaking believably dominant, I don't think anyone could have projected him having the best completion percentage of any four-game stretch in NFL history. Once again, not for a rookie. We're talking about NFL history. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. And he's got this leadership quality. Yes, it's a lot of it his speed, his guile, his creativity that's opening up so much space in this offense. Yes, his Kliff's play calling gotten a lot better, including this absolutely Mozart-level game. I used Mozart twice in a video. That's crazy. That's all there. But Jayden has this leadership aura around him that's really hard to explain. So it's there, and he is the best quarterback in the NFC, especially at cost. And I'll still stand by that, okay? And there's only one quarterback in the NFL playing better than him right now, and that's Josh Allen. And even that is debatable. This is freaking dunkulous stuff. And I'm excited to see what's next, okay? So let me know what you guys think, Commanders fans. It is Power Hour NFL. Boom! Now, if you're at the end of this video, I know you are a super diehard. Let me know if you guys want me to start doing some live shows, right? I feel like I'm a better live show guy than I am a film study guy. So let me know if you guys want to do some watch-alongs or whatever. Let's go. Let's go! Our guy has done it again.
Hey, the motto today, this is our home, bro.
Jayden Daniels, it's not always the prettiest, but man, you will see throughout this film study, there is one thing that separates him from pretty much every other quarterback in the NFL, and it's a big reason why he has had the success that he's had. Rolling out to the right side, you knew this Terry McLaurin connection would eventually start to flourish, and boy, did it. Now, obviously, we know the tragic ending of this drive here. We'll get to that in a second, but I want to show you something really quickly. So Washington fans growing up, we all know them for their hog costumes, right? Well, Jayden Daniels is the embodiment of lipstick on a pig, right? You can set wrong protections. You can do bad things in other areas, and Jayden Daniels will overcome it. Let's start with the beginning of this play. You see the Browns are in an overload on this side. There is a protection flaw here because you'll see that the Commanders slide to the left when there's three people over here, but there's four guys over here, right? You would think that the slide call would be to the right here with the center, but that's not what happens, okay? Could it be that they felt comfortable with Brian Robinson over here? Maybe so, but both running backs staying to protect. It's a three-man route, and you'll see that this pressure actually comes home. So you're getting a blitzer here, you're getting a blitzer here, and this safety is actually wrapping around here, and this defensive call is absolutely perfect because they're figuring that the Commanders are running something deep on 3rd and Bethesda here. And actually, I promised a viewer I would use Silver Spring, so let's do that. 3rd and Silver Spring here. So Jayden's looking to the left, and guess what? The pressure gets home. It is a perfect pressure call. And guess what? He feels it out, all right? It's either that or he took his eyes off down the field. I honestly felt like he felt it out because Jayden is just that freaking awesome. And he makes both of these guys miss. My dear beloved Grant Delpit could have gotten him a sack, but that's not what happened. You'll see at the top here, it looks like the Commanders are running a dagger-ish concept. So you're running a vertical here and a dig behind it, or it looks like it's just a stop behind this go route. And you'll see it, the protection was actually good. You can see the stripe of Jayden's helmet. He's seeing that this is open, right? This go ball to Terry McLaurin is there. Now, part of why it's there is because of the helmet stripe, okay? Now, you'll see that he starts off looking left. Safety is going that way. Then watch, helmet stripe. Now it's to the right. So this wouldn't have been open. Maybe Jayden was going to look left, look back right, and then throw left. I don't know. But either way, this would have been open for a first down to De'Ami Brown. Man, it's just ridiculous. I'm just telling you, Jayden, lipstick on a pig, is able to roll out to the right side, and guess what? He's got Terry McLaurin deep. All right, this is absolutely, positively ridiculous quarterback play. And as you guys have already seen, the ball was really well placed, about as perfectly as you could have asked for, leading him. And 21 just makes an amazing touchdown-saving tackle. All right, we get to the 2nd and goal, and Jayden, man, accuracy was a little bit off this game. Guess what? He's a human being. This is a very talented Browns defense, okay? They're running a variation of mesh here, and the orbit motion ends up being the rail. So normally on mesh, there's some variant of a flat or a rail. And guess what? You could throw this football to Luke McCaffrey, and it's bang, bang to the pylon here for a tutty, okay? But Jayden actually makes the right read. He's fading away here. Maybe he could have stepped up into this to give himself more time, but either way, he does miss Zach Ertz right here for the tutty. And then we get a Jayden Daniels INT for the 2nd week in a row. It's kind of strange, right? He's, once again, a human being. I think this is going to hurt Jayden because he values taking care of the football above all else, okay? And you get what he's trying to do, throw with anticipation, hit your big target right here in the red zone. And, man, he probably should have gotten off of this right here, all right? I mean, that's just not going to be there. That's also a really good play from Jock, who's one of the more athletic linebackers. They showed a replay where it looked like that ball hit the ground, but the Browns get lucky here. Now, we get to here. I am a little shocked that Jayden didn't get off this, right? You can see they have 3 guys to 3 players to the short side of the field, and you could just see at the top of the screen, you have a 2-on-2 situation. So if you have a single high right here, you could start off right and then work all the way back to the left. And you got Terry McLaurin here on this in-breaker, okay? And this actually ends up being a really good job by Luke McCaffrey, creating a lot of traffic here for Terry McLaurin. Now, once again, I would need the end zone copy or even just an all-22 copy to see if this actually was there. It might have been. It might have been. Actually, it was. But no problem at all. Jayden marches him right down the field. Man, this is just really good stuff. Show a jet sweep motion to get the defense thinking that this could be a jet sweep. Okay, and watch what this action does. Look at all this gravity to Terry McLaurin. But you know what the funny thing is? It doesn't really look like that the Browns defense is playing Terry McLaurin really at all. I want you to see everybody's eyes here. It's on Jayden Daniels. Y'all, the gravity that he creates on a football field in the run game makes life easier for every running back he's played with, all right? Dating back to his LSU days. It is amazing what he can do for any RB. And what's funny is there's been studies on this, right? Jalen Hurts has made running backs look a lot better than they are. Same thing is true for Lamar Jackson. And look at this. Honestly, there's only one linebacker here to the backside. In fact, it's not even a linebacker. It's, once again, one of my favorite safeties ever in Grant Delpit. Look, every single player is playing the Jayden Daniels boot. I mean, look at that. That is ridiculous gravity, and you'll see that this was not a clean tackle break by Brian Robinson. But all these players are over here just so petrified of Jayden, all the jet sweeps and all of that, that they are more willing to let Brian Robinson on a simple handoff beat him in the red zone than Jayden. Now, I got in trouble on my Falcons film study recently. That's still too close for comfort. right there. And anytime someone does that as an offense, you want to go pick the ball up. That could save you 6, but it is what it is. I would say in terms of hierarchy of linebackers when it comes to athleticism, he's up there. Watch Jayden just delete him. Just delete him like he's not even there. Look, he catapults him all the way back to Baltimore as far as the wiggle room again. Jayden actually makes a minor mistake. On 4th and 3, we want to just pick up these yards and move on to the next down. I mean, that's there. All right, so you get the man coverage beater that you want on the bottom. Lots of traffic here for these DBs to sort out, okay? And there's a lot of different ways you could sort out this traffic, but it wasn't done well at all. So the Commanders could call the absolute perfect play, Jayden not take it, and still end up being a bigger gain than what was initially desired. And the funny thing about it is there was actually a lot of these kinds of plays with Jayden at LSU in 2022 before he became one of the best college quarterbacks we've ever seen. Guys open, Jayden not take it, there be unblocked blitzers, he still make them miss and do this. I mean, it is surreal playmaking ability. So Jayden is still growing as a passer, but last year he put together one of the best deep ball throwing season in college football history. And that is the downside of when you play single high versus Jayden Daniels. He's just going to work these go balls all day. All right, so you can see he sees his safety right up the gut here. He knows he's going to take one of the go ball shots, and he takes the correct one here with Dyami Brown, who's always had talent. He just needed a QB, and this time Dyami Brown leaves 23 in the dust, and look at this ball placement. I know he's open, but watch. Bang. Didn't even need to break stride. I'd like to say that I'm surprised. Obviously, nobody could predict Jayden Daniels being the best quarterback in the NFL right now, and especially the best quarterback in the NFC. But, man, he just is right now, and he's probably the NFL MVP. Now, let's have a conversation about this final play. And obviously, there's more plays, but, man, I want you guys to go out there, enjoy your day, touch some grass after another elite Jayden Daniels performance. 13 personnel, 3 tight ends to the right side. Crowd this line of scrimmage. You're thinking that the Commanders are just going to run the football, burn clock. They're up by a lot here. But you're actually trying to hit something deep. Okay? Zach Ertz starts off on this play action fake as if he's blocking. The safety in the corner are not fooled. All right? They see Zach Ertz leaking right here on the play action fake, and it's covered. So, Jayden sees on this side that he's got man-to-man here versus Terry McLaurin. Now, give the Commanders' offensive line a lot of credit. This is some ridiculous pass pro. I'm not the biggest fan of cut blocking, but it works right here. And Jayden knows all I got to do is back up and give Terry McLaurin plenty of time to clear out or come back on this comeback route. And, man, that is just really good quarterbacking. So comment below if you think I'm hyperbolizing, if Jayden is the best quarterback in the NFC. So I understand I wax poetic quite a bit about Jayden. He is lifting the performance of everyone. There's been plenty of guys stepping up. You know, McCaffrey looks good. Here he is making a block. The offensive line's done well. You know, this is a good play call from Kliff Kingsbury, right? They've been blitzing Jock a whole lot. Why not run the most unstoppable play in the NFL? Pause it right here. If you want to learn more about this play, this video will be floating pretty soon. Normally it's done with the tight end. This time you actually get it done with one of the more explosive ball carriers in the NFL right now. Yes, it is Austin Eckler. He's got a lot of juice. After this, Jayden threw an absolute red zone dime to Terry McLaurin, and it was dropped. It was a really difficult catch. He could have made it, but there you go. Now, floating in your face some other videos, and we'll talk to you soon. Follow me on X at Card of the Power. NX Power Hour NFL. Boom! Jayden straight cooking these fools. And tonight we are doing lemon pepper chicken wings. Let's go. Let's go, Commanders fans. Oh, my goodness. It started off so good. You get the Mike Sanderstill interception, and now we move ahead here. Let me know your grade of Jayden Daniels' performance. You see here This is the most popular play run in third and medium situations in plus territory. It's mesh rail. The first read of the mesh rail is always the rail, which is the running back route right here. And guess what? You're going to give Jayden Daniels this and also lose your contain. He probably could have ran for this because he's that freaking good. And that's just some of the worst defense you'll ever see. And honestly, this is one of the lower graded safeties, the former New Orleans Saints Marcus Williams. That's a guy that Austin Eckler's been making miss all season long. So you give Williams a lot of credit making a good tackle. But Austin Eckler refused to go down and fall forward for a few extra yards. Let's go, Austin. Let's go. So if there is a slight weakness in Jayden's game from the first couple of weeks, it's the red zone, right? And that is always going to be the case for rookie quarterbacks, right? The field compresses. And as you can see, this looks like it is quarters, or it looks like cover 6. Either way, I do think some things open up here, all right? Potentially this dig, I don't think that's open. This defender is on this dig right here as well. But the truth is, this to Terry McLaurin does open itself up right here, okay? So it doesn't look like pre-snap that it would be, but, you know, a good throw is scoring right here. Back shoulder it right there. And even though it's cut off, let's say the safety got over the top over here, you could top shelf this to Ertz right here, okay? But it is a miss, so Jayden decides to do some magic, and, well, the Ravens defensive line was ready for it, all right? Offensive line isn't the best here, okay? Matabuki is drawing a double team. Guard gets off the double to help with Van Noy, and then Matabuki still breaks through here. Okay, so Jayden tries to escape, and he just isn't able to this time around, and the Commanders have to settle for a field goal. So the Commanders' defense holds fort, and it's 3rd and 5, and Jayden does Jayden things, okay? This actually is one of the better rushes against Jayden. He's just always going to be able to convert these kinds of plays, all right? So Zach Ertz trips on this in-breaker right here. Could you still have thrown this? Potentially, yes. Kyle Hamilton's right here, though, eating it up. So Jayden says, look, I'm just going to do my thing. Now, I do give Matabuke a lot of credit here. All right, this is one of the best pass rushing DTs. He feels that he's not going to get through here clean, so he actually stops to help prevent this rush lane from opening up, and he's trying to bowl back into the quarterback, and eventually he doesn't work back through there. Actually, that's not what actually he did, and he almost got away from it, and well, it's Jayden, man. Jayden is always going to be able to get away from these. He's just too fast, too elusive, too smart. And he's got a long way to go on this 3rd and 5. And thank goodness he did not get his clock cleaned. He's able to pick up the first down. Good stuff. All right, 3rd and 11. And, you know, when you're constantly getting into these 3rd down situations, it's just going to be tough to convert them. And, you know, there's a guy right in his face here. Jayden puts a little too much air under this ball to Terry McLaurin. He does have a step. This needs to be an absolute perfect throw for it to hit. And, well, it just hung in the air just a little too far. The accuracy is still good, okay? Look at that. But the timing of it was just off. All right, so King Henry does King Henry things, and now, man, the aesthetic of the Ravens uniforms, I love it. I'm a purple and gold guy. What can I say, okay? Play action here, and we're getting Jayden on the rollout. This is actually really good stuff from the Ravens. Kyle Hamilton is probably the one athlete in the NFL you want in this spot more than anyone else. And Jayden right in this guy's face throws an absolute dart while getting massacred, okay? Jayden really has not gotten popped on a rollout just yet, and Kyle Hamilton decides to unleash fury on him for throwing that ball. So Jayden, while he's getting destroyed, man, what a freaking throw that was. 3rd and 6, and Jayden outside the numbers is as good of a quarterback you're going to see. I mean, whether it's a vertical, which, you know, he just missed one a minute ago, it would have taken a perfect throw, but the comeback route, this is what he feasted on with Malik Neighbors at LSU on 3rd and mediums. It doesn't matter how tight of a window it is. He's going to trust his number one guy to make a play, and he does. It's really good stuff from Jayden. Okay, so Jayden, not an explosive day so far, 8 of 12 for 55 yards. The Ravens, you could tell, really respected Jayden's vertical passing ability. So if they're going to do that, guess what? You got to run underneath it or screen underneath it. All right, this is as elaborate of a play call you're going to see. All right, hand it off, flea flicker. You're thinking it's actually a deep shot. Jayden actually bobbles the flea flicker here. I know it wasn't a good throwback from McNichols, but it's actually just a little screen. Man, that is really good design. And they also attached a fake screen to the right with it as well. Okay, man, that's good stuff. And Austin Eckler, of course, playing as good after the catch as any running back in the NFL. Man, it really, really, really is some sexy design. All right, and I don't know why Marlon Humphrey went for that strip, but he makes a tackle. Oh, he got kicked too. Oh, all right, so you just hit Austin Eckler on a big screen. So play action, show like you're pulling on a run play, fake like you're running the screen to Eckler, and you get this to De'Ami Brown, all right? And he's able to cut through there for a nice big gain. This is really, really, really good offense from the Commanders. JD5, are you freaking kidding me? You get the play action fake here on second down, and guess what? You get man coverage across the way. So Terry McLaurin on the deep over is where you want to go with the football. And Jayden, this is really, really, really good quarterbacking, okay? Pump fake, the little whip route right here, that's going to draw this safety towards him, and then he knows that this space is going to open up with bringing that safety up. All right, really good protection. Obviously, you have to play very conservatively when you're rushing against Jayden Daniels. And look at that ball location to Scary Terry. His first of the day, baby. Let's go. Okay, so I think teams have put the blueprint out for Jayden Daniels. You just got to play really soft coverage and make him have to make these throws over and over and over again. The problem is he can make these throws over and over and over again. Okay, the comeback route, I mean, look at the ball location. It's a really good catch from Noah Brown, but that is crazy, crazy, crazy ball location. Show the screen action. You've been killing them with screens. You get the one-on-one on the backside here with Scary Terry. And, man, this is just really good stuff. I would have loved to have seen, it looks like this was a fake screen and you're running verticals here. Would any of these have been open? It doesn't look like it. But we're wanting to play quick. You only have one timeout, 14 seconds left. And look at Jayden. I mean, that's also really bad defense from the Ravens. We'll take that all day, every day. And that's a huge missed tackle right there. And now you just need Olamide to get out of bounds, and he does. This is even worse defense from the Ravens. Why are you giving Jayden this? All right, starts off looking left, and then he works back to the right side, okay? And while he's getting hit, and a guy right there, look at where he puts it. Bang, okay? So I know the Ravens have one timeout left. I guess that's why they were giving him the sideline. But still, you're able to drive down the field and get a very critical field goal. Kliff is in his bag, okay? This is so creative. With the left guard, you're acting like this could be a pull, like a little outside zone, but the guard actually spin moves and rolls out to the right side, and it's actually a deep over from Noah Brown going back this way. Okay, it's a lot of misdirection, and the reason why this is such a fun little add to the offense is linebackers key where you're pulling, okay? So if you think it's a stretch here, the linebackers are keying this way, and then you actually pull back this way, and now 67's got to make a very difficult block all the way out here on 87 because he missed his block, and Jayden has an easy pocket to throw to, or throw with. Those rollouts can be absolutely deadly for a defense, and guess what? You get a wide open Noah Brown down the field. So, like I said, I mean, the Ravens had a really good game plan. Play way off the receivers and make them have to play comeback football, and Jayden does not mind playing it. Y'all, this is pass interference. Okay, I understand I'm a Jayden fan, and I love the Commanders. This is PI, all right? He's draped all over him, all right? It's still a drop. Brown should still catch that, but when it's that egregious where everybody's pointing this out, So I didn't like the decision to kick the field goal, right? You had been aggressive on fourth down, but they kick it, they make it, you move on. All right, so 3rd and 6. Obviously, this is where the Commanders really struggled in this extended red zone area. You don't have to pick up all the yards here, but it doesn't help that the twist stunt gets home immediately. Now, one thing that Jayden doesn't have a whole lot of experience in, and it's not really his game, is throwing on the run, right? When he throws on the run, it's not too often he does that because he's able to just run past everyone, but he actually does see somebody open. It's just a not great ball. You can see it flutters on him, and he sails Noah Brown, and it's a all-time bad dropped interception from my Shreveport guy, Ardarius Washington. Okay, so Kliff calls a creative screen, right? You've been killing them with these outside throws to Austin Eckler, and you're actually throwing you actually have just a little delay. It's not even a screen. It's just an extra added bonus in this play. The leaking tight end over the middle, right? And Zach Ertz continues his really good play and his borderline Hall of Fame career. What a play. All right. So this is a really good play design. Fake the screen, the vertical hold the cornerback here, and you're actually throwing this ball to Terry McLaurin. And unfortunately, Marlon Humphrey has seen it all. He reads it pretty quickly, and you get an absolutely big hit right here. Watch this. Bang. It's clean. Ref does throw a flag. I do think it's a clean hit. And yeah, actually, it wasn't Marlon Humphrey. It was Kyle Hamilton. Okay? That's not a flag. You got to let him play football. All right, 2nd and 5. This is some really good offense and some weird protection. So play action fake. Running back has to peel off and make this block on Roquan Smith. He goes for the cut, and that obviously doesn't do anything. So Jayden with Roquan Smith, probably the most feared linebacker in the NFL, right in his face, throws a wonderful ball here to Zach Ertz. And who said Zach Ertz is washed, man? This is a deep over versus one of the fastest corners in the NFL, Wiggins. He burns him for a huge, huge, huge gainer. Okay, and I don't understand the double mouthpiece thing. I mean, what are we doing? All right, so remember, we talked about Jayden as a red zone thrower. This is growth. This is playing on time. And once he gets this down pat, he might be Pat level, okay? Look at this. Look at this anticipation to throw this football to the dig right here. The linebacker is coming on this underneath route, and Jayden knows that this space is open. Look at that. Absolutely wonderful throw. There was some pressure. Bang! Right there to Ertz. And right here, I thought for sure Ertz was going to score, right? But he gets brought down at the 1. All right, we get to this 4th and goal. All right, and Tony Romo actually called this on the broadcast. If Kyle Hamilton blitzes, you want to work this one-on-one to the top here versus scary Terry McLaurin. The route is beautiful, okay? Look, he's testing this corner, freezing him, okay? He's saying, hey, no end breakers. We're going to force you to throw a fade, or we're going to force you to throw a back shoulder. All right, and look at when Jayden actually elects to throw this football, okay? Now, is this really good anticipation? Yes. Is this an easier route to anticipate? Sure, okay? Pump fake there, and now Jayden, instead of throwing this way, which probably still would have been completed, he decides to back shoulder it, and look at this ball location, y'all. Bang. Ooh! You can't place it any better than that, folks. Ladies and Gentiles, Mr. Scary Terry and Jayden are starting to get on the same page, and the NFL better take notice, baby. Let's go. Jayden, man, the dude is a competitive gamer, all right? Once again, to really appreciate this ball location on a had-to-have-it play, you really need to see it in super-duper slow motion. Are you freaking kidding me? How's there no flag for pass interference? You can't already be tackling a guy. Man, and give Terry a lot of credit on this catch. Dear freaking Lord, what a play by scary freaking Terry. Love to see it. Love to see it. Okay, 1st and 10, you're up against it. You got to play action fake. Get Terry McLaurin over the middle, all right? And once again, I'll go look at the All-22 if you guys want me to do just an All-22 breakdown when it comes out later this week. Man, the ball location is still really good here. So you're in this too high look, and once again, it's cover 6. All right, or actually, no, it's not cover 6. They roll in the middle of the field close, running some robber over the middle, it looks like. It's just tough for me to see. But, man, you just got to give the Ravens a lot of credit. The Commanders weren't able to make any stops, and, you know, they have a defense that's really well-suited to defeat Jayden, right? A lot of speed in the 2nd and 3rd level with Roquan Smith, Ardarius Washington, Kyle Hamilton, and those guys. But you just give them credit. They were the better team today. And the Commanders, I don't think that they played bad other than defensively. They just could not stop Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. But overall, this has been mostly a Jayden channel. I thought he was good. I'm serious. Like, I thought I was going to watch this game and during the rewatch think that he played a lot worse because it was, his first loss since week 1. Honestly, I thought he played fine. I really do think so. But the defense has to play better. Yeah, you guys let me know. Am I being too biased towards, my favorite player in the NFL right now? Maybe I am. But, Caleb played a lot better as a rookie. Drake May as well. So maybe they're gaining some ground on the Rookie of the Year race. But I still think Jayden's in the thick of the MVP race. He obviously has to go up against Lamar. He's going to be tough to beat. But Jayden's right there. He's still playing really well, okay? It is Power Hour NFL. Boom! And tonight, we are doing Parmesan crusted salmon. Let's go. Let's go.
There are no olives here. There are no olives here. Bring out the olives.
Our king has done it again. This guy is the toughest son of a gun I think I have ever covered in my career. Jayden freaking Daniels. I'll tell you a few things from back in my LSU days when I started studying him when he decided to transfer over. But I will tell you this. It did not shock me that he decided to play. So, of course, we start off. That ball was behind Zach Ertz. He hit him in stride. He's probably gaining a few extra yards. But still, this guy really toughed it out. And, man, zone read game, still a big part of what you do. A defensive end sucks in. You don't want to do that. Jayden's going to make you pay. And he just eliminates your angle, whatever angle you thought you had. You didn't, baby. And, man, when I first started covering LSU, the first thing someone close to Jayden reached out and told me was the biggest thing you're going to get out of him is the intangibles, right? He is able to fight through all kinds of pain to play, right? And, man, he really toughed it out today. Now we'll get back into, play breakdowns. Obviously, the zone read pull, and you get some pullers right here to the right side and get B-Rob going. He's excited to have Jayden back in the lineup. B-Rob missed last week, but it's good to see Brian Robinson doing his daggum thing, baby. Yeah, so obviously the Commanders have a red zone problem, right? If there's been one thing about Jayden's first season is the inability to convert touchdowns, right? Obviously, looking at this in retrospect, you would love to see him work backside here, but you're never really getting there. And once he starts scanning to the right side, the right tackle had been beaten so bad. And every single time Jayden can break a 10, you want to take it. He's not able to get around 85. Obviously, if Jayden was fully healthy, he would be around. But he takes a big hit right here. He throws it away, and it's a field goal. All right, so we'll get to this 3rd and 8, and it's like the Bears never watched Jayden before, right? The one thing I don't want to let him do is have a pass rush lane to run through, okay? And you'll see that most quarterbacks are getting brought down here. Somehow Jayden is able to get 53 shaked out of his jockstrap, and he's able to pick up a first down. I mean, the guy is so crafty. So we get to this 3rd and 9, and this is just a straight vertical. You love to see it, opposite Jalen Johnson, who's one of the best corners in the NFL. It's honestly just a foot race. Jayden sees at the snap. The safety comes in to the boxer as, a robber here, thinking that it's going to be some inbreaker. Actually, no, the safety just has a man coverage assignment on this player. So Jayden's like, hey, F it. Terry's going to be down there somewhere. He's got a clean pocket. And one thing Jayden is really good at is the vertical passes, right? Just straight down the sideline. And he hits Terry basically in stride. Give 29 a lot of credit for getting on his giddy up to make the touchdown-saving tackle. And the Commanders get a nice explosive baby. I think part of the Commanders' issues, and we mostly cover the 3rd and goal plays, but 1st down and 2nd down and goal is where they've really been inefficient. Some of it's on Jayden. Some of it's just on the offense, penalties and whatnot. But, it's tough, right? You would like to see the Commanders be better in this very central part of the field. It's a drop right there by Eckler. All right, 3rd and 4. You're in 12 personnel. And, simply put, this is good location on this ball. Part of Zach Ertz being on the field is making these difficult red zone catches. Give the Bears
DBs a lot of credit. They made some really difficult coverage plays in this game, and that obviously is one of them. But Ertz would tell you he would like to have that one brought in, okay? And this is really creative stuff from the Commanders. You get really tight splits. You pull one guard around, play action fake. It looks like it is a run. So you have a 3-level concept here. You have Austin Eckler here in the flats. You have this going vertical, and then you have Zach Ertz running, an out behind it, a deep out. So that's a very creative way of getting to that spot. And it's a really good throw from Jayden in a very clean pocket, okay? Look at that ball. Bang. Okay, while Ertz takes a hit from Jalen Johnson. It's not a big one, and it's a nice game. Here we go. 3rd and 11. And once again, Commanders in the extended red zone. They get themselves in these 3rd and longs, and, got to take a sack. 2nd and 14, sometimes, a guy is just too good. And this is a case with Jayden Daniels. All right, this honestly is not bad pressure. I mean, you're getting pressure right up through the A-gap. But Jayden is just so wiry that he's able to squeeze through it, right? He just sprints through it with 2 hands on the football, and now there's 5 guys behind him and only 6 guys in theory that can tackle him. And this is a DB he is basically able to turn the corner on, all right? This isn't an end. That is just insane speed right there. 3rd and 6. Wow. Whew. Bears decide to bring basically everyone and have 2 QB spies, right? So 4-man rush, 2 faster QB spies. So basically, they're not going to let Jayden run for this. And you'll see Austin Eckler has to pick up this blitzer. Not the best blitz pickup. So Jayden off his back leg works to Zach Ertz, who just kind of powered his way through this DB. Look at that ball location while fading away. That is just redonkulous stuff. All right, so 3rd and 2, and the Commanders have been doing this all season, bringing an extra offensive lineman in for a heavy set. You pull this guard around, play action fake, and you're trying to hit a deep leaker, right? 87 going deep, and then you have Noah Brown going deep, and they were just ready for it, okay? Now, here's the thing. Could this have been thrown to 87 right here? Yes, okay? So right here, I would like to see Jayden stop, all right, if this is a leaking play, and just see if this is there. I'll get the all-22 to really see, but, he wouldn't have had that much time because 98 was breaking through here. But if you stop, you're probably getting that down the field. But he's not able to break this contain, and he's got to take a nasty sack with his legs, trapped underneath. Ugh. Man, I love the Commanders' offense. I really do. I'm a big believer in 12 personnel. I just think it just adds so much more to your offense, right? I know you lose speed bringing an extra tight end, but you just have so much more creativity that you could do in the run and pass game. All right, play action fake. Jayden sees his dig open up over the middle. He's got a really good pocket off the fake, and look at that. Bang. Right to Terry McLaurin, who just keeps getting better and better and better with Jayden Daniels, and you pick up a nice first down. Yeah, this was a weird game for Zach Ertz, right? Once again, he is known for making difficult catches, all right? And this was a chance for him to make a really difficult catch. Did Jayden throw this football with a lot of velocity? Yes. Did it get a slight deflection at the line of scrimmage? I believe that it did. So this ball has a nasty knuckle on it. It's tough. So it's not the worst drop I've ever seen, but still, you would like to see him make that play. So as you can see, the Bears overall was really good on 3rd down versus Jayden Daniels up to this point. So they decide to get even crazier. Straight zone coverage, rush 3, drop 8 principles. Okay? And this actually does something that makes Jayden a little uncomfortable, right? He doesn't really throw on the run all that much. And now they got him dead to rights here. There's really nowhere that he could escape out. So he throws on the run, and look at this. I mean, this guy is just getting better and better and better. Really good catch from Scary Terry, who worked back to the QB. And Jayden is just a cheat code. He really is. If he masters throwing on the run, it's lights out, baby. Okay, so we get to a 3rd and 5. And 3rd and 5. Okay, Commanders up by only 5. 3 seconds left to go on the play clock again, right? So what happens here? Does anything look like it's open? I mean, yeah, this backside dig to Ertz is there, okay? So, yes, in a perfect world, you would like to see Jayden work from here to here to here, or from here to here, whatever the progression may be. So, that is there. We'll see what the All-22 says. But Jayden decides to tuck and run. I get it as well, because there was a rush lane. And you'll see he almost gets this. Gets a bit of a bad spot, if you ask me. But they do mark him short. And Dan Quinn elects to do a cowardly punt. I don't quite get punting on 4th and inches, right? This was not 4th and a full 1. I think you could pick up an inch, right? Let Jayden decide the game, but they punt because, well, the Commanders' defense was playing well up to a point. But now we get to the Jayden magic. The Bears do march down and score, and you start off here with the 4-man rush, and the Commanders do have 1 timeout, all right? So, 4-man rush, you just want to pick up some yards here. I was kind of shocked that Jayden didn't just take this, but I'm glad he didn't because he was able to get the football even further down the field. He stops, he pops, and eventually finds somebody open to make it an actual manageable Hail Mary, and Zach Ertz makes a really nice catch. And this is why it is so critical to preserve every single timeout in the 4th quarter of a close game, right? Mike Tomlin, are you listening to me? Because you're able to burn it and give yourself one other chance to win. Okay, 1st and 10. And this is just stupid. This is downright stupidity, okay? The first thing here is, guess what? You can actually do this with your ends, right? Have your end be out here to cause some traffic and make you think that you're just simply not going to get an out here, okay? You're basically just giving them this extra 5 to 7 right here. I don't quite get that, right? I would have had at least one guy right here, at least to the short side of the field, right? In fact, you could have had your QB spy out here and then have him run over the middle here. I'm just never giving Terry McLaurin or just anybody a simple out to actually make it a Hail Mary where pretty much any quarterback is getting this into the end zone. That's really, really, really poor coaching, and it happened right in front of Matt Eberflus. So I found it absolutely hilarious that this DB was taunting Commanders fans, and he ends up being the DB who gives up the craziest Hail Mary you'll see the season. Okay, I know Aaron Rodgers had one earlier, and there's been some other crazy plays, but this will more than likely end up being the play of the year. All right, you got the rookie quarterback sensation, and there were quite a few people complaining about the Bears' rush decision here, and it's valid. All right, instead of your corner over here taunting, you got plenty of people guarding the goal line. One Hail Mary defense that I have seen work almost every single time is DBs lining up in press, getting some type of jam to not give a free release here, and then have them blitz off the edge, right? Because it gives you a faster player to rush and run down the QB, right? The point here is not to get a good pass rush or even a bull rush. You're just trying to run them down, in essence. So I don't quite even understand the concept of having defensive linemen out there to begin with. First off, give Austin Eckler a lot of credit. Give this protection a lot of credit because they also don't want to give Jayden Daniels all day. But then again, this is Jayden freaking Daniels, okay? Even if you have DBs back there, how many are actually making a play like this, okay? Stops pops, and all he's trying to do is buy some time. Now, the thing I don't get is the QB spy in the spot. You thought he would have been racing in from here. This is why I like having DBs blitz off the edge. It's hard to buy time versus any quarterback versus DBs, okay? Defensive linemen, they're going to lose their balance, fall down. They're not popping up as soon. And so Jayden, the one thing you don't want to do is let him have a clean throw at it. And he does get a clean throw at it. And, of course, as they say, the rest is freaking history. Now, what's hilarious about this is the ball actually never gets to the end zone, okay? It just doesn't until the deflection. There's just nobody quite like this guy. And we are witnessing history happen right before our eyes versus the number one pick who played abysmally. Jayden freaking Daniels. Let's go. Commanders, rise up. And it's Power Hour NFL. Boom. And tonight, we are doing or firing up the ribeyes. Let's go. Let's go.
Man, we going back to D.C. with another win.
Jayden Daniels has done it again. Comment below if you believe he is the NFL MVP. And we'll start here. Obviously, this wasn't a good throw per se, but I like the process here. You get a man coverage indicator, and if it is man coverage and the safety stays center field, take the goal ball shot if you see the safety is over here, and that is exactly what Jayden Daniels does. It is a misfire, but the DB does panic and commits a pass interference penalty, and you'll take that all day, every day. All right, so we get to Jayden's first touchdown. This honestly is pretty simple stuff. It's really well run as well. So they're obviously all selling out to stop the run because it is on the 1 yard line. And obviously Jayden and Terry have perfect chemistry at this point. And 3 just got torched all game long. Banks, the rookie. Once again, don't wear a single digit if you're not going to make plays. All day, every day. Terry McLaurin, tutty. All right, so this is a thing that frustrates you. And I don't know if we'll have time for it, but it is so hard to guard Jayden on the zone read. Right here, they have it guarded pretty well, but he's just so daggum fast that even a good athlete like Zero here, the really good pass rusher Burns from the Carolina Panthers, you still can't catch him, right? I'm not sure if there's another quarterback in the NFL that's getting around that. And he's able to not only get around it, but get vertical for a really nice gain, and you can't even get a good hit on him. It's just that hard.
Hey, yo. Pause.
And then you get to here. This is a really good job by Jayden reading this. So you want to throw in the direction of the blitz. Does a good job reading this defensive back's leverage. Number 3, Banks has gotten torched at times this year, and they really, really took him to the woodshed today. And that's a really good throw, really good catch, first down. So here's a problem, is when you have to play that wide as a defensive end on zone read plays, it just increases the holes that you're able to run through, right? And the Giants have good defensive tackles, right? Dexter Lawrence, I don't think, is out there on this play, but you see how all of that works, right? It's absolutely positively ridiculous. Hey, another thing when you play Jayden, he's just not going to turn the football over, right? You have all these verticals, and if you sink back to guard all these verticals, he's just going to run underneath it, right? It's just free yards, and you see the defensive tackles here. You should never play the pass, right? Just stay in your rush lanes and don't give Jayden Daniels that, because you're just giving away free yards, okay? That is just way too easy. It's just a deadly, deadly, deadly proposition. He slides, and it's an easy 10-yard. All right, it's 2nd and 11, and this ends up being a really good throw by Jayden. Look, he's got underneath options if he wants them, right? You got to check down to McNichols. You have a Zach Ertz ball right here that you could throw, and instead he decides to get vertical. You love to see it, and that right there to me is a late hit, but he doesn't. He goes limp. But either way, look at this throw from Jayden. I mean, this is absolutely, positively ridiculous stuff. He sees the back of the linebacker, remember that, and he throws it behind his head. I mean, that is ridiculous ball location. Then we get to this 3rd and Fairfax, and honestly, the play of the game. You cover everything really well, and obviously Washington only has 1 timeout left, and you force Jayden to take a check down to De'Ami Brown. I've always liked De'Ami Brown, and all you have to do is make this tackle. And, well, he stiff arms you, and he's got all this space to operate. Man, that is just such a huge missed tackle, and he cuts back and picks up the first down, and they're able to burn their final timeout. I mean, my goodness gracious, Jayden Daniels, you can't be serious. 11 seconds left to go, no timeouts. You have to put this football into the end zone or towards the sideline. And what does Jayden do? Well, he goes to his Nick Walinda tightrope sideline partner, which has been Terry McLaurin all season long. Acute angles don't even describe what these guys have done together in the red zone. I mean, that is an absolutely, positively insane tackle football throw when you needed it. Instead of settling for 3, you get the full 6, baby. Let's keep it a buck, man. Terry deserves a lot of credit on this as well. Man, that is just nasty ball location. Obviously, if you're Jayden, if a defender shows his back to you like that, just throw it right over him. That's just really, really, really sexy stuff. And a single-digit DB, man. Take the jersey number off, get number 27, give that to an actual playmaker. All right, Commanders fans, I need you to comment below. Would you be interested in me doing a weekly live DC show? All things Commanders, all things Jayden Daniels. And would you be interested if I did a defensive-only film study, right? The bottom line, though, is if you blitz Jayden Daniels and the DB doesn't bring him down, he's just going to run underneath you. But let me know, comment below, what days would you like it to be? And in the background, you also see him do the Lamar Jackson, just fall down, don't take the hit play. It's really, really, really smart. 3rd down, and this is what they envision with Ben Sinnott, right? Play action fake. And the running back pickup, man, that is just as good as it gets right there. God bless. But wow. Okay. This is, I don't remember this play at all. This is absolutely ridiculous stuff right here. I don't think you understand how good of an athlete you got to be. Burns. Wow. That is ridiculous. And to think Jayden beat him in a foot race to the sideline, that's crazy athleticism. But that's a good leak play right there. Get the football to Ben Sinnott, who is also ridiculously athletic for a first. All right, 3rd and 4, and I understand a lot of Commanders fans are a little worried about your red zone issues. It was a lot better today, obviously, but man, you would like to see in this spot that they just defend this well. Banks, who's been getting torched, passes this off well, and could this have been worked to Zach Ertz right here? Maybe. Would you like to see Terry McLaurin try and get open instead of staying behind this DB? Maybe so. But, guy, is this open? The sideline hole shot? Let's see. I mean, it is. Okay, and Jayden sees it just too late. He's just not going to risk it. You know, I mean, that's just not his style, right? Let me see. Yeah, I mean, this would have been here. It would have been a spectacular throw, right? But Jayden with the big lead, understanding that a field goal, I mean, honestly, you would like to see him get that in, but he throws it away. Maybe the All-22 will show me something different in the spot. Maybe that was not there, but he decides to throw it away and look to fight another down. Oh, no, he was wide open. Oh. It's tough. But Jayden plays it safe. All right, so the reason why that miss is so important. Now, once again, it's a really difficult play, and you got to really understand Jayden and his game. But Giants get momentum back. I mean, I got to show Danny Dimes some love. Also got to show the Commanders' defense some love. Mostly they were pretty solid today, but not their best day. All right, 3rd and 9. And it may not seem like it, but it's just ridiculous how much space you have to commit to Jayden Daniels, right? So look at how wide these rush lanes are with the Commanders or the Giants defensive line, right? It's just tough. It's really, really, really tough. Austin Eckler is not accounted for out of the backfield, right? So he's wide open. Jayden sees it, and he does a good job just backing up and giving Eckler time as protection, broke down. And Eckler is wide the frick open. And honestly, I understand Eckler is having life a lot easier playing with Jayden. But anyone that's actually watched the Commanders this year knows that he's ran with a lot of juice, right? This is the old Austin Eckler. In fact, I don't know how many times I've seen about the Chargers run better than what he's doing right now. It's ridiculous. Okay. And then we get to here. Once again, the red zone issues have been an issue, okay? The design of this play, and I saw my LSU Tigers run this for a touchdown versus South Carolina. You're blocking, and then you're actually running everything to the right and a leaking tight end to the left. This works a lot, but NFL DBs are just so good, right? I can't tell you how many DBs in this spot would have just run over here. 31 does a good job picking up 87, and that's where this ball should have gone. Now, does anything else open up? Once again, Jayden plays safe, right? He's not going to do anything too crazy, right? Does this open up to Noah Brown? Yeah, you could fire this in there if you wanted to, but it's just not his style, right? He plays it very safe. Yes, you could throw this to Noah Brown, but there is also a DB on the back of this end line. So, the DB could fend off this receiver and go pick it off, right? But in a perfect world, you'd like to see on the scramble drill this ball thrown to Noah Brown. But what's the point, right? You could throw the game away. A field goal here is huge. All right, so this is just downright sexy play design. All right, the first thing is understanding time and place. So obviously, you want to run the football and burn all their timeouts, correct? Well, there's only 5 seconds left, so you could take a free shot because the clock is going to stop regardless. And either way, you shouldn't be burning the clock right now anyway. So either way, the defense is thinking you're going to run the football, right? You're in 12 personnel. It looks like Terry McLaurin's not even in the game. He's not. So personnel-wise, they're thinking that this is probably going to be a run. And what do? Play action pass. There's 5 guys at the line of scrimmage. And then you have 4 guys at the next level. And guess what? You're running a vertical here, deep out here. All right, so play action fake. Jayden rolls out to the right, and he has all day and all night to allow Zachamedius, I never say his name correctly. That sounds a lot cooler anyway. And that's why it is that wide open. It is a genius play call because the 2-minute warning is hitting regardless. So not only do you get it to him, you get it to him in space. Even though he slips, he's still able to make a lot of yak after that. It's just excellent coaching right there from Kliff. Alrighty, so Jayden gets another victory. He was able to ice the game away with some good runs with Chris Rodriguez. And look, obviously there are some improvements, but this is who Jayden Daniels is as a quarterback, right? He's always under control. He's never fazed by the situation, right? The Giants keep fighting back. No worries. Jayden's not going to make that crucial turnover, and he's going to make the plays necessary for this team to win. Now, obviously, we pointed out, some red zone potential plays on the scramble drill, but that's just not his game. Let me know what you guys think about the Commanders and the potential Super Bowl chances. I never really wanted to say it aloud because I want it to happen so bad. Especially considering my Saints are a disaster. But let me know, right? I think the Commanders need to get aggressive and make a move potentially. But, man, this team is so daggum good right now because of number 5. And, look, the defense got that big turnover to really, get this thing going early. And it was a good challenge by Dan Quinn, who's doing a great job. But JD5, we were witnessing the best rookie season in NFL history. And boy, oh boy, am I enjoying it. It is Power Hour NFL. Boom. Now, is he the NFL MVP? In the NFC, yes, definitely. And tonight we are doing taco soup. Let's go. Let's go.
And there is a jump. Washington played into their hands. Wilson.
Weird game for our king, Jayden Daniels. What went wrong versus the Steelers? Well, we'll talk at the end about one problem I've seen with Washington. As you see in the background, Jayden's protection really broke down. Does throw a really nice, accurate slant as Terry McLaurin went over a hundo. And this was the best defensive line that Commanders have played all season long. And look at, this is just perfect defense. It really, really, really is. Look at how everyone's in their rush lanes. This pocket is collapsing. And Jayden's just got to throw this right here. And he tries to sneak out of that. Hands to the face right there. Probably should have been a penalty. But Jayden gets sacked right here by Hayward. And he's putting all his body weight on Jayden there. Ugh. So you get a motion here after a dropped fake punt. Thomas Biotish and this Commanders offensive line, they run a screen, and they let the defensive line go through, and 91 just makes a really good tackle from behind. Austin Eckler would eventually score this, but, man, this blocking was really good, and you pick up a nice gain on first. All right, third and Bethesda, and the Commanders get into empty. You get a little bit of a chip here on old TJ Watt. I would have loved to have seen Jayden hit the checkdowns here, but he tries to get very fancy on this inbreaker here. Love the anticipation, love the confidence to put this behind him so he doesn't get hit, and it's a drop. It's a very difficult catch, so give the Steelers a lot of credit for playing good D. So what do the Commanders do? Well, they run something very similar on the next drive out. As you can see, Jayden, 6 of 11, 37 yards. He's going to try his best to not turn this football over, and he hits his check down, okay? Really good stuff. I honestly do think the Steelers throughout this game did a really good job with their rush lanes, right? They have a second level pressure, so they have a second wave for if Jayden decides to run, he's right there. Does a good job just hitting this check down to Zach Ertz. Sets up third and short, and the Commanders are able to pick up this yard. Really, really, really good stuff. So Steelers decide to crowd the line of scrimmage, but at the same time, when you're backing out, a lot of guys are just sitting on the yard marker. So sometimes the best thing to do is just run verticals. And that's exactly what happens. All right, they have the perfect call versus cover 3, which is 4 verts. Okay, because one of these is going to be open. You either throw this one or you throw this one. And Jayden decides to throw this one right here to Luke McCaffrey for a big, big, big gain. Now, in an absolute perfect world, you start off looking to the right, and then you work to the vertical here to the left, and maybe Zach Ertz is scoring this. I don't know, but really good quarterbacking nonetheless, and you pick up the first down in the 2-minute drill with all 3 of your timeouts. And Jayden eventually does pound this in. Man, I have really enjoyed watching the Commanders do these overload sets, okay? So you're thinking that they're going to run to the right because they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys, 3 tight ends, and your 2 traditional linemen, and they start off running to the right, but Austin Eckler bounces this to the left. That's a really good block here on the left side, and it's a touchdown. So we've reached halftime. Washington Commanders fans, guess what? We will do our first live show Wednesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Commanders Live, all things Jayden Daniels, all things this Washington defense. So we'll see you there. Tuesday night, 6 p.m. Central. Please show up. And, man, if you look at this purely from a fantasy standpoint, the Terry McLaurin, Jayden Daniels connection has been painful, right? You've had so many of these near touchdowns. Obviously, you just took one more man to beat right there, and that's an extra, 14 fantasy points if you have Jayden and Terry on your team like I do. But, man, what a throw on the slant. Good job by Terry making the guy miss, and it's a huge gain. And then guess what? If they can't stop the slants, you work it again. Okay, look at this throw from Jayden on the double slants. You read this inside out, so you had the double right there, and hits Terry right in the chest, and he picks up a first down. And Terry, once again, almost scores. That would have been a 12-point fantasy difference. All right, it's second and Gallatin here, and man, you guys have asked me to do more Commanders defensive reps. This game shouldn't have been close. You've got to be able to close out games. Steelers dominated time of possession. They ran, I think, 11 more plays. The drop punt didn't help, but you've got to make this tackle. You just do. And the fact that you guys are getting truck sticked here, getting cut back on and everything else, George Pickens is obviously a very special talent, but, man, that's just a back freaking breaker. He gave up a 3rd and 8 as well. That was very simple. And look at all that poor tackling. I mean, goodness gracious. Back to Jayden's LSU days, he is really hard on himself. Okay, he expects excellence, and he's got all that intangible magic, and he is going to be not happy with himself for missing Noah Brown on this in-breaker. Look at this, okay? He does complete it, but if you hit him in chest, you're probably gaining more yards there. So that right there costs you about 5 or so yards. All right, so this will be a play that we spend a lot of time on Tuesday night for the live stream. Once again, 6 p.m. Central. I'm hammering it at home because I'm really bringing the heat Tuesday night, okay? I guarantee you my live shows are going to be better than these film studies. First off, let's give the Steelers a lot of credit. Defensively, they outcoached the Commanders, okay? And by outcoached, they just were really smart with their pass rush lane integrity. They did a lot of these stunts where there is a second wave of pressure, okay? And the reason why that second wave is so important is, Hayward is able to read and react if Jayden decides to scramble through here. Or if he decides to scramble through here, you'll have Patrick Queen here. So he did a good job mush rushing, okay? This was just a domination in the trenches by them, in particular on pass downs. Now, should Jayden have actually thrown this football to Zach Ertz over the middle? Yes, but Jayden, once again, is a smart quarterback. He is a risk-averse quarterback. The check down has a lot of value. So, yeah, potentially you could throw this football to Zach Ertz, and he's got this guy boxed down, and you're probably getting this first down right here, okay? But there's a lot of pressure coming off the edge, and you cannot, in this spot, take a sack. You just can't because it makes it a very difficult field goal, and there is a higher than likelihood chance that Austin Eckler is making whoever miss in this situation. So I don't mind the check down. Eckler's going to be mad that he could not make Minkah Fitzpatrick, who missed that tackle on Terry McLaurin earlier, miss, right? It's a good play right there from an all-pro safety, and he was able to hold on for dear life, and it sets up 4th and medium. I would have gone for this if I were the Commanders, okay? You have been aggressive on 4th down. You had been really good on 4th down, and a field goal keeps it a one-possession game. So with your defense not having the best day, I probably would have gone for it. All right, so you get an interception, and, man, y'all, Jayden is the best slot fade thrower I have ever seen, okay? Look at this. First off, the pressure is nasty, right? Once again, they're bringing these waves. They get unblocked A-gap pressure, and while he's getting crushed, okay, you can see he's kind of wincing. Look at where this ball is placed. I mean, goodness gracious, you can't play quarterback better than this. How? How did he do this? It's stupendous. It's stupendous. He is the best slot fade thrower in the NFL. All right, we get to this 3rd in Arlington. Can the Commanders' defense go out there and win a game for Jayden Daniels? No, because Mike Williams, whose ACLs are made of moist turkey legs, is able to run past St. Juste, who you guys have told me is the worst DB in the NFL. There should never be this much separation with Mike Williams, who's 38 years old, versus St. Juste. But you get burned, and it's a touchdown. Okay, 2nd and 10. Can Jayden Daniels pull another rabbit out of his hat? Okay, yes, this goal looked like the move, all right? It's kind of hard for me to see where this deep safety is. He might be over the top of this, but he decides to work to Noah Brown, and it works. Okay, you get really good protection, and man, oh, buddy. Oh, boy. This is why it's important to maintain your rush lanes, because throughout the game, They had maintained good rush lane integrity until now, okay? If Jayden had seen this a little bit sooner, oh boy, this is huge gainer. Huge. Okay, he's the only quarterback that I would tell to do that, but he still picks up this first down, and you like Noah Brown making a guy miss or at least falling forward for a few extra yards. Good stuff. Once again, the Steelers just outsmarted the protection of the Commanders with so many twists, stunts, and layers. And this is what a lot of defensive coordinators are going to do versus Jayden, okay? So it looks like in theory this is going to get picked up, but the tackle probably should have stuck with this stunt. He thought that the guard was going to come over here. He decides to let him go, and he helps out Patrick Queen, and that now has this DT through here. Okay, so not the best protection in the world. Now, before we go to the actual throw, in theory, you would like to see this in-breaker completed. Okay, it looks like it potentially is there to Zach Ertz for the first. Okay, it is. But Jayden decides to go to Noah Brown. I don't mind this. Obviously, this is not the best throw. It is behind him. Noah could still catch this, if you ask me, though. Okay, 42. Honestly, if we want to be fair, that's pass interference. Okay, that's got to be thrown. He was there early, and the thing is, if you're on this sideline here, you need to be yelling, "Hey, PI, PI, PI!" Okay. I'm telling you, it has an effect on that official. Instead, you don't pick it up. Most controversial call of the game, and the Steelers get away with a big one here. Big. Why are you this far back of the sticks? I do not understand that. Okay? So this is there for an easy first down completion, and you get a crappy spot. Okay? You get an absolutely positively crappy spot. And that is a first down. They don't give it to you, okay? Now, I've seen this go ball thrown to Terry McLaurin. Yes, because the safety decides to sit on the Zach Ertz route. This, in theory, is open. Now, I have to get the all-22 here, but it was there, okay? Unless there is someone I can't see. Look, I can do a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So, yeah, there is nobody deep here. This game winner to Terry McLaurin is there, especially considering this safety crashed down to this, okay? So, yeah, that deep ball to Terry should be there right here, okay? Now, part of this is Jayden does do a really deep drop here, okay? It is deep. Okay, so the footwork here is a little jumpy, but this should have been a first down. And it's hard for me to be critical of Jayden at all because he was, once again, very good in this game. And then we get this fourth down decision. I mean, what are you going to say? You're not going to play TJ Watt, Highsmith level defenses every week, right? Cameron Hayward's been really good this year as well. Honestly, thought Jayden played pretty well. Yeah, there were a few plays left out there, but he didn't turn the football over. He was overall very efficient. I hated that fourth down decision, and it did end up, in theory, costing you the game. You know, going for 24 to 27 in a 24 to 21 game probably isn't the smartest, but if we were to blame somebody, it would be the defense, right? It is Power Hour NFL. Boom! Now, comment below. Do you believe or will you be there Tuesday night? We'll see you there, 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. in D.C. Let's go. And tonight we are doing some etouffee. Let's go. Let's go! Commanders fans! I don't even know how I feel about how everything went down in this game, but our guy was gritty all the way through. Look, man, he's able to get through this linebacker and take it up for the first freaking down. So we'll get to the calamity at the end and a few harsh, honest truths. Okay, so this is a problem. The extended red zone and just the red zone itself, right? This ball's on the 23-yard line, and not being able to finish drives is a problem, okay? Luke McCaffrey's not open. He's eaten alive. Obviously, this camera angle's tight, so when we get to all 22, we'll do a breakdown on our Wednesday night live stream. Yes, Commanders fans, we go live every Wednesday at 7. Maybe this Noah Brown dig was open, but this ball's not even close for Ertz to make a play. So 3rd and 2, nothing Jayden can do about this, and this is really good quarterbacking, okay? Can hit any one of these in-breakers, obviously not this one. You can hit Ertz right here, or you can hit Noah Brown, and it hits him right in the chest, and you've just got to hold on to this. Give the DB credit for making a good play, but, I mean, you just got to catch that. 3rd and 7. Really, really, really poor protection, and that's what happens when you play Micah Parsons. And this is probably the only podcaster alive that can catch Jayden freaking Daniels. And look, he honestly just had nowhere to go with this, okay? You'll also see on this 3rd and 7, when you know you don't have good protection, I like running shallow drags. It's one of my favorite things to do because, you know, if they tee off and blitz you, you could just hit them. But it is what it is. Maybe this to Ertz would have been open, but he really just didn't have any time. So he's got to just run and just basically throw it away. 2nd and 12. Jayden starts off looking left, works back to the right, and hits Noah Brown. Good cross-field throw. And, you know, Jayden, he doesn't have like the Josh Allen bazooka, but honestly, from one hash to the sideline types of throws, he gets a lot of power on it. Going back to his LSU days, really good throw. Jayden throws a really accurate ball down the sideline, but man, I'm not sure if this one should have ever been ripped. Once again, I like shallow in-breakers on 3rd and medium, and they go to it, right? So this to Austin Eckler is picking up a first down and a lot more. This to De'Ami Brown's actually picking up a decent amount because we know Jordan Lewis can't tackle, and he decides to throw the sideline ball. It's Jayden's, honestly, going back to his college days, it's his favorite throw, and the DB just has Noah Brown just torn up here, and Noah does a good job breaking it up. We get to an INT, and it's not on Jayden. It hits B-Rob right in the hands. The worst thing to run a screen against is a stunt, right? So a stunt is when a defensive lineman peels around another defensive lineman and they replace each other, right? So this end is stunning around here, and the bad thing about a stunt is the end or the defensive lineman could see an offensive lineman releasing or the running back releasing, and it's really hard to pick it up, right? It's better to run screens versus non-stunts, but there's no way you're going to know. And still, this hits B-Rob in the hands, and the lineman is able to pick it off. Okay, 3rd and Reston. Look, this was a brutal Kliff Kingsbury half. I mean, honestly, we were just out-schemed. And, you know, so much was made about Dan Quinn going up against his old team. They did a really, really, really good job affecting the quick screen game for Washington. So what they decide to do, since it is trips to the left right here, they peel 50 off to guard against any in-breakers or screens or anything like that. So Jayden, you know, like I said, on 3rd and medium, I like running like shallow drags and stuff like that. Jayden doesn't like any of it. And the running back chip actually muddies up this window as well. Y'all, there is nothing open here. Then you have a major protection flaw. You have Luke McCaffrey here blocking Micah Parsons. It's just a losing proposition because what that does is it causes your offensive tackle to overthink. So 6 decides to blitz. He's thinking that the right guard is going to pick up 6 so he can help out with Parsons right here. And the guard, it was a 4-1 slide to the left. And, you never want that, especially if it's a faster player. And there's just nothing Jayden could do, right? All the routes were to the left. And honestly, Jayden is never going to turn the football over or throw across his body, something stupid like that. If this is Will Levis, sure. But if you want Will Levis to be your quarterback, go enjoy Luke. So 2nd and 7, and Kliff Kingsbury makes a good decision. So they're guarding heavy against these screens. So run some screens to the right, but actually throw to the left. I actually think Jayden has an option. If he wants to throw this to Eckler, he can. Cut blocks across the way. The only thing about cut blocks is you have to make sure that nobody else is blocking the guy being cut, or else it's a 15-yard penalty going the other way. That might just be a college rule. I'm not sure, but I think it's an NFL rule as well. But look at Jayden getting this football to Terry to move the chains. All right, we get to the second and Chevy Chase. Single high safety, you can't see him. So play action fake right here. The blitz pickup here is really good. This is a cross dog blitz that Georgia in the college level has really popularized. And the protection is good. He throws the in-breaker here, or just a stop here to Noah Brown. And you make it third and manageable. What a throw, what a catch. All right, 3rd and 3. And this is where Kliff has just cooked teams all season. This overload to the right side. So you move an offensive tackle to the right side tight end, and the tight end becomes the offensive tackle in theory. Okay, so it's a zone read here, and you're running it away from the strength call. So Dallas is thinking, hey, they're running the football with Eckler to the right. Instead, they're zone reading to the left. And one thing that helped out, this is one of the Cowboys' most athletic players, Overshown. They had him blitzing on this play, thinking that it was a run to the right, and you're actually zone reading to the left. That's a good pull read right there by Jayden. 99, I think, was supposed to play Jayden. The benefit of having a tight end instead of a tackle here is he's a more athletic player. So in theory, he is a better player to climb to the second level to seal him, and that's a really good job right there by Bates. And now this is why you drafted Ben Sinnott. He actually is just a perfect fit for what Kliff wants to do, because he was a quasi fullback in Kansas State, and look at this block. I mean, this is block of the year for the Commanders. Bang! Get the chalk outline out. Get the caution tape out, because if you give Jayden Daniels the edge, you know he's going to make him pay. Jayden with the red and yellow pandas, baby, or the burgundy and gold pandas, excuse me. Tutty. HTTC all day. Let's go. All right, I love me some Jayden Daniels. I really do. I think he makes a mistake here, okay? Clear man coverage indicator right here. All right, so there it looks pre-snap that they are playing cover one, all right, and it's man coverage across the way. So you obviously, at the middle of the field is deoccupied. This is where I really like to have short in-breakers, and honestly, this could have been thrown. Let's see, it looks like they're running smash here to the bottom. Smash is not really a good man coverage beater as it is zone. That's eaten alive. It looks like that's eaten alive here at the top. It's impossible for me to see. So Jayden's looking here. And this would have been bang, bang right here for the first down if he decided to read to the right side. This is where I think Jayden and Lamar goes through this as well, them being one of one QBs. Right here is where there is extra value in tucking and running. So what they're trying to do here is run a stunt. So it's not a zero blitz, so they have like 6 guys to block 6 right here. And what they try to do is run a little twist. So he blocks and he allows Overshown to come around, right? It's kind of like a pick and roll, and you'll see that they blow the assignment. So Jayden, if he tucks and just goes, he's picking up this first down and then some. But remember, we talked about Overshown being a ridiculous athlete. Look at that. I mean, look at this. Look at how quickly he pops up. All right, this dude is a freak, man. He is a freak. They don't have these guys in college. And 99 does a good job crossing the face of the right guard to help pick it up. These rush lanes just close so much sooner in the NFL. In college, Jayden is still finding a way to get through there. But if he had tucked and ran, such as when you see pre-snap here and everyone decides to go and they're playing man coverage, this is where you want to make them pay, right? This is where I don't mind you. Right when you see a rush lane, you just go, especially if they're playing man. So as you can see, Jayden just waits a half second too long, and he's like, okay, nothing's open, and they're able to get up. But honestly, there's few linebackers that are getting up that fast. And the right guard let 99 cross his face, and Jayden almost makes a miraculous play. If Eckler catches that, he's getting the first. All right, so this is where you want Jayden, okay? Crunch time, down by 4, and you give him a really good play design. Lincoln Riley runs this a lot, and obviously the USC tree, you guys know the connection there. And it's a fake pitch, and you're running a tight end into this space. Good job right there by Bates. Nice, good chunk play to get the drive going. But you fumble! Ugh. Okay. I'm about to make some Maryland Terrapin fans of the channel happy. Who remembers Steve Blake? The point guard, Steve Blake. Okay? That's who Noah Brown is. If Steve Blake is your starting point guard in the NBA, it's probably an issue. But he's still very good. That's who Noah Brown is. He is your number 2 option. He's not bad. He's very good. He's solid. You prefer to have another number 2 option, but he's just good. And it's because of catches like that. And Noah Brown's a good 3. I don't know if he is a 2, if that makes sense, right? So, you have some checkdowns open, but you get the football down the field to Noah Brown, who was just really freaking good in this game. Obviously there were some times where he was locked down, but, man, he was just very, very, very solid. Okay, so another rough protection rep right here. They put Micah Parsons in a 3-tech going up against his guard. It's also a little unorthodox because normally the 3-tech's going to have his left hand down, so you have a speed rusher in an unorthodox stance, and Allegretti just whiffs. So Biadasz has to come over, save the day, going up against his whole team, and Jayden in the spot needs to step up, okay? Step up, tuck and go, all right? Step up, tuck and go, and you see he just kind of runs into the sack, and once again, his ball security is ridiculous. How he was able to hold on to this ball, I don't know, but still, big sack. Second and Fairfax. You take the sack, and then guess what happens on the very next play? Jayden is just that level of a competitor, and, man, this honestly is a really good job by the Commanders staff. Left side of the line struggling versus Micah Parsons' alignment, so get a double and a chip to help this left tackle, the rookie from TCU, and everything is just protected really well, and Jayden has a tough throw to make right here. You're running dagger here, so a vertical, and there's a dig that is actually running right behind it. So you have to let this develop, and you really got to get this up and down over the overhang right here, or over the safety. And look at this ball location, y'all. Bang! All right, good catch from De'Ami Brown, and it's a first. And once again, he's probably not going to get into the Hall, but there's not many red zone tight ends better than Zach Ertz, okay? So you're selling like you might be running an out, but watch what he does as his backer. Actually, that's a safety. He cuts back to the inside. Jayden sees it. He's got to throw it high enough for him to make the catch, and bang. Okay, didn't you have to throw it high? That's how badly he cooked him. All right, 2-point conversion. You do the overload thing, but remember, it was a zone read to the left, to the weak side. This time you take it to the strong side, and Jayden's like, I'm that guy, so I'm going to make this play. And honestly, take a look at Ben Sinnott and this right side of the line. I understand Bates had the huge fumble, but they blocked really well. And, God, that's a good finish. Good job right there. Good job by Ertz sealing because he knows Jayden likes to bounce. And then Eckler, ooh, really good block. And Jayden does what Jayden does best. 2-pointer, good. All right, so a lot of calamity happens. We need Jayden to find us through this. Steps up into the pocket, all right? And now you just got to go. Just go. And that's exactly what Jayden does. Could he have thrown this to Eckler? Sure. All right, but, how much better of a ball carrier is Eckler than Jayden? Probably not that much, and he's able to get to the sideline and preserve an extra timeout while also picking up all these extra yards. Good stuff. Okay, so you're back in the pocket, and what does Jayden do? Well, you need to get at least in field goal range, and he gets this football here to Zach Ertz, who sits, and boom, you just cut this game to a one-possession game. Good stuff. This, honestly, is just the magic from Jayden. You know, some guys just have it, and I understand the Commanders are skidding pretty hard right now, but this guy, you honestly have to play it till the final whistle. You could see he kind of thought about tucking and running, and then also he thought about taking this check down, right? But you have no timeouts. You really have to try and get this football down the field, and boy, oh boy, did it work, all right? You're basically at the snap. I know it's cut off here. You're running go, and you're running Terry on a little out and up along the sideline. So you really need these verticals to get vertical, and then you got to have Terry curl around here. Man, the all-22 of this play is going to be absolutely beautiful. Jayden does a good job letting it develop, and look at the touch that he gets on this football, leads him to perfection. Terry is able to catch it and then cut back and house this bad boy. And if any of you are like me and your most owned fantasy players are Jayden Daniels and Terry McLaurin, you feel pretty good that you finally get one of these big stack plays to go in, especially with the game on the line. And I'm going to be honest, you got to go for two. You got to go for two. If it's Dak Prescott, it's a little bit different with 20 seconds left to go, but it's Cooper Rush on the opposite sideline. All right, I know Brandon Aubrey, their field goal kicker, has a big leg, so there is a little more defense in kicking this extra point, but honestly, I'm going for two in the win with 20 or less seconds. If it's 30 seconds, yeah, it's a little too much time. Okay, so a lot of you know Dallas decided to do something crazy, which is give Jayden Daniels the ball back on the onside kick recovery, the touchdown scored, and now we are here, okay? So, first off, this is ridiculous that Jayden was able to buy enough time spinning around like this, and now he's just got to chunk this thing, all right? It is a little too far for Jayden to actually get this thing into the end zone, but all things considered, this actually ends up being a good Hail Mary throw. Now, as far as this game is concerned, yes, Jayden, this was not the best game, in particular in the first half, and honestly for a good bit of the third quarter. But, you know, some of this is on Kliff, some of this is on Jayden, but this is just a typical rookie thing as well. So everything is still in front of the Commanders. Obviously, this game really hurts your chances of catching the Eagles. We'll see what happens versus the Rams. But I'm not panicking just yet. I'm just not. And Jayden is just going through a few rough patches here. I still think he's playing well. I still think he's seeing the game well. He's not turning the football over. So let me know what you guys think down below. It is Power Hour NFL. Boom. And tonight we are doing Gumbo. Let's go. Let's go.
I feel good.
You guys, Jayden Daniels is back cooking defenses. I'm going to give you one kind of negative about this game. It's not really a negative, but still, we get some counter GT action, good smash mouth tackle football. Can't block it any better than this. Look at B-Rob just taking this hole and just pounding it. Pause. That did not sound great at all. I was at the LSU game late last night, so don't hate on me for it. And B-Rob is almost able to house this bad boy. And I say almost. He is able to house it. And the all-black unis, let's go. Alrighty, so you can practice this all you want. It is so hard to play this because not many teams do this. You bring an offensive lineman to the left side of the formation, overload it here. So you're thinking potentially this is a run to the left, but you're actually giving a pull read to the right side. You'll see 87 Bates knocks this guy all the way back to Landover, and now it's trying to get to the second level. And honestly, the Titans have this covered pretty well. Jayden doesn't want to throw this football to Zach Ertz because there's a guy literally right in the window. But here's the thing. If you get too wide versus Jayden Daniels, he's just going to use that space and run into it. A little shake and bake from Jayden Daniels, and he finds his way into the end zone. Almost got in standing up, which is ridiculous. And we got to give it to you in the slow-mo replay as well. Part of why I wanted to show you this, though, is, man, this is really good blocking from the Commanders' front. This honestly isn't the worst defense from the Titans either. It's just when you play this guy, there's no practicing for it, man. He truly is one of one. Outside of Lamar, just nobody can do these kinds of things. And he's able to cut into this space. Former LSU legend Arden Key couldn't even touch him, and it's a tutty. Okay, scary Terry McLaurin makes this a 21-0 game. This is really good quarterbacking from Jayden Daniels as well, because this is a long developing play. The MVP of this first quarter was this Commanders offensive line, just everybody in phone booths. But really, B-Rob makes this happen. He's able to get enough on Arden Key and then leak out. So if Jayden wanted this, he could have it. But that's really good protection versus a good experienced player. So you get the play action fake. And part of why this is tough for Arden Key is, he was playing the split zone, and then he has to go to the running back. And the protection here is really good. So Jayden starts off looking to the right here, potentially to Ben Sinnott in the flat, and the corner is just sitting right there, and it's passed off. And I want you to see how this route is actually run from Terry McLaurin. It's kind of like a maze, right? He's running a deep over, but you see he has to make the corner miss, and then he cuts underneath this overhang defender. So Jayden sees that this pocket of space is open over here, and he just has to buy enough time for Terry to get over here because of safety. I don't know what he was looking at. But still, Terry McLaurin, walk-in touchdown. Y'all love to see it. All right, you could get cute all you want in football, but eventually you got to have at least one guy that you could trust to go out there and make a play. Slot corner blitz, he's unaccounted for, so Jayden is throwing this really hot. And look at this delivery. Sidearm to get around the unblocked slot corner blitz right here, and he's trusting Terry McLaurin to beat this DB. Look at that ball location, y'all. Sidearm delivery. Y'all, that is a crazy, crazy, crazy throw. I mean, I want you to really appreciate this, okay? God bless America. So you widen your base here, right? And look at that tight spiral, man. And this is just such a huge development to Jayden's game. At LSU, at the beginning of his career, he had a longer release. Now, everything is just tighter, and he had a lot of balls that wobbled at LSU. You rarely see that now. That is a missile, and just perfect pace, everything you want in a throw right there. It's just a work of art. Jayden and Terry McLaurin, how many quarterback wide receiver duos in the NFL are better than them? It's not many, all right? Maybe 3, 4, maybe 5-ish, and this is only their first year together. Are you kidding me? Commanders, HTTC, baby, let's go. So it wouldn't be a Commanders game if there weren't any extended red zone issues, all right? So 4-man rush, and they're running a loop up the middle here, so you go here, you go here. A twist I've always understood as a DT and an N. Loop is between the two defensive tackles, but that's also, some people just call this a twist as well. And it's just not protected well up the middle. Biotish gets ragdolled here, and there's nowhere for Jayden to go. Then it also doesn't help that Arden Key's not chipped here. Arden Key just dominates 74. Obviously, he's a rookie, so you just got to live with those results. The best team in the NFL right now has really bad offensive tackle play as well. So it's a big problem throughout the NFL, and you get sacked, right? Arden Key, some LSU on LSU action. Now, was there anything open down the field? Well, no, right? They had Terry McLaurin picked up here. Is there something here? No, you can see Jayden's already stepping up. It doesn't look like it. We'll get the all 22 copy and talk about it on our Wednesday night live stream. Once again, Commanders only film studies every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central right here. Okay? All right. Oh, man. Extended red zone issues on defense as well. Okay? 3rd and 6, and they have no timeouts left. So in this spot, I normally like my DBs to sit heavy at the sticks. I really, really, really do, but not here, right? I want my guy to make sure he doesn't get beat over the top, because anything inbounds, even if it's pitch and catch first down, they really don't have that much time to go score a touchdown. They're probably playing very safe and settling for a field goal. The only thing that you cannot give up here is the go ball. And I know this isn't that big a deal, when you're playing DB. You're up 28-0, right? A field goal is a massive win in the spot, right? Because they're still down 3 possessions, or actually down 4 possessions, essentially at a 25-point disadvantage compared to a 21, and you get beat deep. Now, I will say, Westbrook-Ikhine has been playing at a Pro Bowl level. What is the 7th touchdown in the last 8 games? So it was a burn city right there. But still, Sanders he's been the highest-ranked Commanders DB, and you see why they went and got the gimpy Marshawn Lattimore. Now, if you have red zone issues, you really got to reevaluate everything. And this is, to me, one of my favorite red zone play calls I've seen from any NFL team. So, B-Rob obviously been killing the Titans. So you really hold this play action fake. Then you also have the zone read ability of Jayden Daniels, right? So you could get a downhill run. You could get a pull read to the right side, which could stretch this defense to the right. But where this play is actually designed to go is up the middle. So you show an up the middle fake with a run, then you bring it back out, and it's actually a pass. All right, now, before I show you the Zach Ertz catch, I want you to focus on this safety right here. Now, watch what happens to 31. He's thinking, oh, crap, I got to go in and fill the run. And, oh, God, I got Zach Ertz blocking me right in my face. But now, this becomes a throw, right? Ertz, he was looking like he was going to run block here, but now he's going for a pass. So all your forward momentum is going forward, and now you're getting driven back. You're thinking maybe it's a run. That run fake was very long, and now you're in man-to-man coverage versus one of the best red zone tight ends ever, all right? And it's just so much that he slips, okay? And Jayden throws a really good ball right here. Did you get lucky that there was a slip and it's made it wide open? Sure. But also, the Titans honestly didn't guard this too bad. Outside the DB slipping here, they were able to get some penetration pretty late in this rep, and because it was a longer developing play, that is bound to happen. So you do have a green dog blitzer right here. The linebacker saw the running back stay in, so he decided to blitz, but Jayden is still able to get that completion. So very good to see our boy back rolling again, because he was so sick and tired of hearing this Rookie of the Year chatter with Bo Nix. He was so sick and tired of hearing all the stuff about Brock Bowers. Good players. Really, really good players. But there's only one Rookie of the Year. Now, not to rain on everyone's parade, but going into this game, the Titans looked like a top 10 NFL defense. But when you actually look at their schedule, when they've actually played quarterbacks with the pulse, they've gotten lit up. So they have been very matchup dependent, but still, it's a very good game versus a good Titans team in particular that has some good players up front. So really, really, really interesting result, and hopefully the Commanders finish strong. Rookie of the Year, lock it in, baby. Here it is. Power Hour NFL. Boom. We're still in Baton Rouge, baby. I went to LSU, Oklahoma last night. Let's go get some fish. Let's go. Let's go! This is the only time I will quasi-celebrate a New Orleans Saints defeat, because I got to see Mr. Jayden Daniels cook in the city of New Orleans. The triumphant return of JD5 to the boot, baby, was nothing short of incredible. And for Christmas, the Grinch cleats stole Christmas from the Saints. I know that wasn't as smoothly as I would have thought, but this guy stops, pops, and just throws his football up to scary Terry McLaurin. And, of course, he makes the big-time freaking catch. You love to see it. Let's replay the little shake and bake right here, okay? I feel so bad for Brian Breesy, man. This guy is potentially getting cold for Christmas. Or actually, it should be Jayden for shaking this man out of his jockstrap. Are you kidding me? Brian Breesy getting the Allen Iverson treatment, baby. Look at this throw. Bang. Okay, a little scramble drill action for the tutty. Love to see it. Showed you this play at the beginning of the film study shot from a fan perspective. Take a look at this grab right here from Zach Ertz. Bang. Absolutely ridiculous. This guy's a real GOAT right here. But, man, what a freaking player. Now, we do know Zach Ertz took that absolutely positively big slam to the turf. All right, let's break down this ridiculous piece of play calling, okay? Now, there is so much I want to break down about this play, and the single most important thing to remember, and if you watch all our other Commanders film studies, you know that personnel grouping really is what shakes up these teams, okay? So you're in 12 personnel, 2 tight end set, 2 wide receiver set, and you're potentially showing a play action outside zone to the left. You also have a pre-snap motion here where this could be a jet sweep, but it's actually just a return motion right here to Oz. Okay, so Jayden acts like he's throwing this football out to Oz. It gets picked up here by Cam Jordan, but the whole point of this play is throwing this backside over to Terry McLaurin. Now, you want to know why Tyrann Mathieu is a GOAT? Because he sniffs this out. He sees that this handoff to the left is not actually handed off to the left. He sees that he's not actually throwing this football to Oz to the right. So he's now getting depth, and that cuts off Ben Sinnott potentially for a touchdown. Now, could this be lofted in absolutely perfectly to Ben? Sure, but where you want to throw this football is to your number one target on the deep over, right? And that is exactly what happens. This is such a really good piece of play calling, all right, with so much motion to the right and then all the way back here to the left. The ball location, though, is the cherry on top. Absolutely perfect stuff, and there's not really that many better red zone receivers than Terry McLaurin as he bowls a strike, baby. Let's go. Now, these are one of those plays where you're just like, how does he do it? The Saints did a really good job in this game on these third and mediums, and the Chargers or the Bosa brothers can learn something from this. Now, later in the game, Jayden did one of these, and Cam Jordan sacked him in the red zone. They had to settle for a field goal, but watch what happens. Play action fake. You see that the end here does not play the running back, or he doesn't play the down block, right? A lot of times here, as a defensive end, you're taught to squeeze this down. He's just playing Jayden the entire way, all right? I cannot state how difficult it is to get out of this mess right here, okay? Let's just say even if he didn't cover it, you're getting B-Rob on a nice little slip right here, but Jayden makes him miss, and 96 actually didn't do that bad of a job. He just could not bring him down, all right? This is a good job right here. I think this is actually Bates. He's actually boxing out Pete Werner right here. Look at that. I mean, freaking Patrick Ewing, Alonzo Mourning, old school 90s NBA box out, and does a good job blocking after the fact. But really, the story here is Jayden Daniels. This is Demario Davis, one of the best linebackers of the past decade, and even he can't get him soon enough, and Jayden is able to pick up this first down. Now, unfortunately, they weren't able to score on this drive. They did end up getting the ball back, but no points before half was a little disappointing. Oh, my goodness. This play is a thing of beauty. Okay, Cedric Wilson's just always been a good pro. Look at this ball he throws, and look at this catch right here from AK-41. Okay, number one, this ball is an absolute wobbler, but AK, man, he is just aura personified. Makes this one-handed grab, got both feet in. Really crazy stuff right there. Could Luvu have done better? Maybe so, but that's just a ridiculous play. 3rd and Silver Spring. And what does Jayden do? He says, look, baby, I am going to take it into my own hands. Okay, now before we show you this run, take a look at this really good pass rush from Hall of Famer Cam Jordan out of a 3-tech. Okay, he swims over the top, but look at the center come over to save the day. 68 right here. Good freaking stuff. And he washes him upfield. Now, as a defensive line, you don't want to go past the quarterback, especially if it's Jayden Daniels. Now, Cam Jordan is used to having guys like Matt Ryan back there, but Jayden is not a statue, okay? It is off to the races. Throw the football to McNichols. No! Jayden says, look, Brian Breesy, I'm going to be in your nightmares all night. Look, he's not even close to him. He's not even close. Breesy is a really athletic defensive tackle. Look, these are a bunch of 5-star recruits. Not even a dive attempt. That's how far away he is. Cut back on Demario Davis. Look, the thing about this run that is absolutely insane is, and I understand I'm rewinding it again, these guys are not close to him, right? Even when they are close, like on that 3rd and 1, he's still able to pick up the yards. Look, Breesy, not close to him, flails his arms trying to draw a phantom holding call. Love the floppage, okay? Then Demario Davis, look at this cutback. Not even close to him. Not even close, right? Jayden just chalk outlining ankles here. And obviously, when you get to this point, you just want him to slide down, slide quickly. We don't want another Trevor Lawrence. And it is an easy first down. Okay, that kid Jayden cooking, baby. Let's freaking go. All right, you guys know I'm a Kliff Kingsbury believer, but let's get into a few negative plays. 8 sacks, right? Well, 8 and counting. I'm recording this as the game moves on. You know, this is just not good offense, and I don't mind getting sexy, right? You're bringing in an extra offensive lineman here, and this is a heavy, heavy, heavy personnel package, right? There's no receivers except one on the field. And what this looks to be is a block and leak, right? The first thing is you've already shown early that Cam Jordan right here is playing the quarterback the entire way, all right? Then you're trusting a rookie wide receiver to block a Hall of Fame load defensive end on a down block right here and then him leak for the touchdown, okay? This is just never going to work. And, you know, you're asking a lot out of Jayden to try and get out of these sacks all day, every day. They're ready for it anyway, and it's just a disaster. I understand this pass protection is not good, right? No Tyler Biadasz. You know, I gave credit to the fill-in center a little bit earlier. Well, look, this wasn't his fault here. You know, the tackles have to rush more slowly. But, you know, once again, the rookie from TCU really doesn't stand, you know, much of a chance right here. Coleman, it's a problem right now. The thing is with Jayden, he does this thing where he likes to drop back and then dart forward in a hope of getting these ends, you know, way upfield and then him stepping up, right? Right here, you can't just it's just not going to work every single time. You need to step up into this. All right, so he steps up a little too late. So this is partially on him, and it's something that obviously he needs to work on, right? Was it the best protection in the world from the left tackle? No, right? But the quarterback has to help his pass rush out there. So you get this ridiculous 4th and 1 conversion by Jayden. You know, the zone read pull was actually sniffed out, falls forward, ball does squirt loose, but who cares? This was ridiculous that Jayden was able to pick this up. So yeah, you know, all the sacks and kind of a stagnant offense. it's a little disappointing from a Commander standpoint, but you're on the road and you'll just take a win any way that you can get it. And then obviously here in the mesh concept, you're able to pick up a first down that pretty much sealed this thing. So yeah, a lot to get cleaned up, but Jayden freaking Daniels, another solid performance. And look, we'll talk more about this on our live streams Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Commanders all the time, baby. It is Power Hour NFL. Boom! And tonight, we're doing ribs. Let's freaking go!
Daniels fires end zone. Touchdown.
Commanders fans, I don't know what to do with myself after this weird game versus the Philadelphia Eagles, okay? Some harsh truth coming up at the end of this video, so make sure you stay till the bitter end. So obviously, we mostly focus on Jayden Daniels on this channel, but man, oh man, this was a tough outing for Marshon Lattimore, who's had some decent days versus A.J. Brown, backup quarterback into the game, obviously, and that is just cook freaking city. That's sauteed, fried, anything you want to call it. I mean, it's really bad. All right, so I know the story is going to be Jalen Hurts being hurt, as it should be, but a big moment or place of improvement in this game for the Commanders was the red zone offense. So with Jayden Daniels being as good as he is on the ground, it's just one extra body that you have to keep in here for his rushing ability. Okay, so you're over here, and it's a 3-on-3, and this is exactly the call you want on a 3-on-3. All right, it looks as if this is a quick little screen to the right side, but what this actually is Jamison Crowder acting like he's blocking and then releasing to the back. And look at the anticipation Jayden throws with, y'all. Look at this beautiful bean footage. Jayden freaking Daniels. Look at when he's ripping. Look at when he's ripping, y'all. All right, it's not a hard piece of anticipation to see that, but that is some ridiculous timing and a lot better red zone offense from Washington. Wow. Man, it sucks from a Commander's vantage point that Saquon Barkley beats you when Jalen Hurts is out of the game, right? So they're running, basic counter GY, bringing a tight end around, pulling a guard around. Look, everybody's just getting sealed this way. That's not good. But then again, the Eagles' offensive line is just that good. And you'll see that the corner gets picked off here on a 2-for-1. So he's in man-to-man versus A.J. Brown. And A.J. Brown is bringing this corner along with him. So he's blocking him. And this corner is all the way over here, late for this run fill. And obviously, if you're Marshon Lattimore, you weren't bought in to be a run defender. But this is just not good at all. Okay? You would have liked to have seen a better rep, but look, he turns his back here, and if you're going to do this, if you're going to turn your back, I would have preferred him fake like this and then just run vertically because you're in trouble, all right? The fact that you just set your edge like that, that's just not good. It's not good at all, okay? That's got to be better, and Saquon, of course, scores. All right, so now we get to hear sexy Wildcat stuff, zone read pull, Jayden at running back. I love this, and look at the blocking you're getting over here. You got a guy on the ground here. Look at the surge. That's excellent offense. The problem was the ball security. Cooper DeJean bats this loose at the last second, and it's a fumble, and it's going the other way. Okay, got to be able to hold on to the football there. And I want this to be clear. I am not out on Marshon Lattimore just yet, right? He's one of my favorite players on the team, of course, coming over from my beloved New Orleans Saints. I'm happy he's on a contender, but goodness gracious, this was a tough outing. He had a pick six versus the Eagles when he was with the Saints a while back. He gets not necessarily burned, but this ball was underthrown. He has a chance to make a play, and he just can't do it. A.J. Brown eats him alive again. So this is the intangible aspect of Jayden Daniels. Down 14 versus your division rival. You sit in what is a noisy pocket. Now, it looks like it's a good pocket, but when you're backed up into your own end zone and there is some pressure coming from your backside, it could be very nerve-wracking. And look at the ball placement on this one right here to De'Ami Brown. That's some really good ball tracking right there. Bang, hits him and allows him to make a run after the catch. Good tackle from Big Play Slay. And then we get to 3rd and 8. what the hell is this from Jayden? This is unfreaking believable. We have a little bit of a protection breakdown right here. The left tackle allows the end to go because, he felt Zach Ertz was going to get a little bit better of a chip. So the end is unblocked off the edge. And guess what? Tackle picks up the interior player. That's how you want it. If there was somebody coming free, you'd want him to be coming off the edge. So Jayden is hot right here. He's responsible for this guy. And while getting crushed, he throws a really good ball to Terry McLaurin. This also was a really good route to burn a really good rookie in Quinyon Mitchell. That ball placement is also very good from Jayden because if you put it like this, even if there was good coverage from Mitchell, that would have been an over-the-shoulder catch for Terry anyway. So really, really, really good stuff, even if the coverage was better. Something else I really like about it was last week versus the Saints, you had a lot of these balls overthrown, right? You underthrow this one because even if the coverage was there, you're having to commit pass interference to make sure he doesn't catch it. So on 3rd and 8, down 14, this was really, really, really big. And the ball really wasn't underthrown. You get my point, though, right? You don't lead him too far, if you will. So De'Ami Brown, was this ball a little low? Yes, but, he's running, and Zach Bond strips it, okay? So no favors from Jayden's supporting cast in many ways today. 4th and Silver Spring, you're down by 13. And what does Jayden Daniels do? Something that only a few other quarterbacks in the NFL could pull off, okay? You got a lot of pressure coming off the edge, but guess what? Jalen Carter and them lose their pass rush lane integrity. Now, could Jayden have thrown this football right here to Zach Ertz on this little dig? Maybe so. Maybe that is picking up the first down here to the left side, but right here. But we want Jayden tucking and running in the spot, okay? Because, he's Jayden freaking Daniels. He's one of the few that could pull this off. There's not many people that are converting this, but his change of direction, his speed just erases your angles. And look at him just running past really good Eagle defenders. And this is definitely one of the better touchdown saving tackles of the year from Blankenship. Really good play. All right, 3rd and 2, and Oz makes a big play. Now, remember earlier on this touchdown that the Eagles only had 3 guys on this side. Now they add a 4th, and there is a 5th coverage defender running over to this side. So this is a muddy picture for Jayden Daniels. But you have a coverage breakdown here that Oz is able to get right over here, and Jayden almost misses him, okay? Not the best ball location, but he's a freaking playmaker. Throws it to where Oz can make the play, and he makes a very difficult catch for the tutty, baby. All right, here we go. We pick it up here, all right? Protection is starting to have major issues. You could really feel this offensive line start to wear down. All right, that's how physical this Eagles defensive line is, okay? You got protection breakdown on the right side here from the running back, and Jayden just finds Oz somewhere, and he's wide open, all right? I can't wait to look at the All-22 to see what happened here, why he was so open. But, man, 14, my guy Oz made big plays, all right? And this is what you want to see. Make Ringo miss, make Blankenship miss, who we know can tackle, and he finds his way into the end zone. And not only is he able to run in, he trots in Jamar Chase style. All right, here we go. 3rd and 5. You're down by 2. It's not a gotta-have-it play, but you'd really like to have it. I'm a little shocked Jayden just didn't throw this. This is a very exotic pressure. He backs out, and you bring a second-level pressure from this side. And once again, as many of you know, 74's had a rough season. He's only a rookie, so there's really only so much he can do. It's honestly not that bad. The pressure, of course, forces Jayden back this way. Maybe if he steps up here instead of fading back this way, he can make a play with his legs. So, once again, not Jayden's best rep. He throws his football up, gives this guy a chance to make a play, but the Eagles make a better one and pick this football off, okay? But now Now we get to the spice, Commanders fans. Who gives a rip? Jayden just making plays when it matters the most. Now, the one thing the Eagles did not do a good job of, you don't want to rush too far upfield, and that's what they did. Okay, remember on that last INT, Jayden could have stepped up. Man, it is always more profitable, especially for Jayden to step up, because he does this to players, okay? Now, him and Jalen Carter have rich history. They know each other pretty well back to their LSU Georgia days, but freaking Jayden Daniels, I mean, making guys miss, picking up first downs, you'll love to freaking see it. Here you go, when Jalen tried to catch his spike. There's a lot of chatter between the both of them. I'm a little shocked. This should have been a penalty on the Eagles. You could see that forward motion was illegal. Okay, so if he would have caught that spike, I don't know if that would have counted, but there you go. Now, before we break down this really great play, I hope you subscribe, ring the bell, and check out our Wednesday Night Commander live streams. Let's go. Now, no timeouts left. This ball has got to go into the end zone. Man, God, the Eagles, they play Tampa 2 here. All right, so you have a safety over here, you have a safety over here. This is a very easy pre-snap alignment look, and I understand it partially from an Eagles vantage point because, well, you had been getting pressure with just 4, but Jayden sees that he wants to work this spot of the field, and what does he do? Well, he puts it to where only his guy could get it. Ball has got to get more vertical right here, but look at this. I mean, just look at this throw from Jayden Daniels, and there was a lot of pressure coming from his backside, and he delivers. And I'll show you the end zone angle here in just a second. It might not have been Tampa. It just depends on what the call was right there. But I still think, like Greg Olsen said, that the linebacker should have carried to that deep middle third on the inbreaker. But whatever the case may be, I understand it was sloppy. There was a few picks mixed in there. But, y'all, it is so blatantly clear that Jayden Daniels is by far the best quarterback in the NFC, all right? I understand that one big harsh truth is Jalen Hurts being hurt in this game obviously changed the entire complexion because Kenny Pickett is trash. But even though Kenny Pickett did some good things and Saquon did Saquon things, this Commanders defense was abysmal today. This Commanders supporting cast. Remember, no Noah Brown here. All right, look at the receivers that are on the freaking field right here. Obviously, Terry McLaurin's a beast, but Zach Ertz fighting through a concussion. But Oz and Jamison Crowder, this is what elite quarterbacks do. They raise the skill level of all the washed receivers that are around him, okay? And that's what Jayden Daniels freaking does, okay? And I don't mean to call Jamison Crowder washed. Obviously, he's not making a play like this. But look at when he's actually ripping this, all right? It's ironic because Garrett Nussmeier, his protege at LSU, had a game winner versus Ole Miss quite like this one to Aaron Anderson. And look, there was a lot of pressure in his face, so he had to rip that with that much anticipation. But I understand I am a super Jayden fan. And before the season, I had Jayden Daniels as the number 2 quarterback in the entire NFC, and I was pretty confident about it. He's number 1 because you have to factor in one very important thing, which is cost, right? All the other guys who many would say are better than him right now, they're all veterans that are making $30, $40 million a year. Okay, so the fact that you have this ridiculously clutch elite quarterback as a rookie at cost, the Commanders really need to put the foot on the gas pedal if they really want to take advantage of this. I wouldn't say this team is a Super Bowl window team, but next year and the year after that, you have a chance to do something really special because you have Jayden freaking Daniels as your QB. So you get the 2-point conversion, you take care of business on the kickoff return, and it's on to the next week. It is Power Hour NFL. Boom! And tonight, we're doing lemon pepper chicken wings. Let's go. Let's freaking go! Jayden Daniels is the most valuable player. And I'll tell you why at the end of today's video. And we start off with the little 4th and 2 RPO on the play before this. Zach Ertz dropped a tutty. Jayden had another option potentially there, but Ertz should catch it. And Oz on this ridiculous RPO, Jayden with the guy right in his face, makes the throw, baby. Sets up for an epic night. We get to a Jayden interception that he patted on his chest afterwards and said it was on him. Well, it's important to note that there was unblocked second-level pressure right here. This honestly is just a really good defensive design on a 1st and 20. There was a hold that obviously put them behind the sticks. Obviously, the hold is what kept this game going a little bit later. And look, unblocked blitzer coming from the second level. The linebacker replaces him. So Jayden thinks that this is going to be open right here to Jamison Crowder. In theory, you would think that. But obviously, Ellis just comes over here and picks it off. And it's on Jayden. He's right to put the blame on himself. I think one of the biggest decisions that Kliff Kingsbury made this year was the use of heavy personnel, right? You add an extra guy into the box. So just to let you know that at LSU, they rarely ran 12 personnel, which are 2 tight end sets. They almost exclusively played in 11 personnel. And the benefit of going into 12 personnel is that it tightens the formation, right? It really brings everybody in because it's just one extra guy that you have to account for in the run game. And because the Commanders' offensive line is a good run blocking unit and B-Rob is a good offensive line, a good running back, you have to account for all these gaps. So you see how everyone just has to be crammed in right here? Well, Jayden pulls it, and this is something else that the Commanders need to work on moving forward, is their offensive lineman. I understand that in like typical run fitting, they'll let you get away with jersey pulls if you're in the fit, but that's just a little too much on a player that really has no bearing on this play. You don't want to give the refs a chance to take this play off the board, if you will. Now, here's the thing if you're a defensive end. This guy right here obviously has played a lot of football, the new player in from the Patriots, and look, he's playing the zone read, he's playing the run, and you're taught to squeeze this down so you can defend the run, but you're also the contained defender. And Jayden just has so much more speed, he's going to beat you every single time. So was this a really bad fit? Oh, yeah, it was a really, 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 really bad run fit, but still, you would like to see that from the Falcons side of things defended a lot better. This is probably my favorite Jayden play of the night, 3rd and 8. And, well, a field goal does do you some good, but Jayden just sits back in a good pocket here, and he just puts this ball. I mean, look at that location. Zach Ertz, obviously one of the best red zone tight ends of all time. This is Jesse Bates, one of the best DBs in the NFL. Jayden puts it to where only Ertz could get it, and he scores versus Jesse Bates. What a throw. What a catch. All right, it's 2nd and Silver Spring, and, you know, this is where Jayden's Arizona State experience actually steps in. So when he was at LSU, obviously the offense, for the most part, was really good, especially his final season. But at Arizona State, Herm Edwards and the supporting cast there put him in a lot of 1st and very longs, right? 1st and Tucson's, if we're going to use Arizona cities and neighborhoods and all that stuff. So Jayden is actually accustomed to being in these hostile situations, and you're just never going to tackle him in the open field, right? It could be Ed freaking Reed. He's going to make that first guy miss in a situation like that. So number 20 has nothing to be ashamed of, and this is also really good stuff from Jayden. Just get horizontal and get out of bounds, okay? What a play. 4th and 5. Wow, wow, wow. What a play from Jayden. This is an interesting play design as well. So the Commanders decide to send basically every receiver on a deep vertical, which is something I hate in 3rd and 4th and mediums. But my understanding of the design of this is to have the defense think that it's all verticals, and you're actually throwing the leak. Okay, so the running back acts like he's blocking, and then he leaks out. This is a very effective call, especially versus a blitz. The problem is Jesse Bates, who's off the screen right here, flies in here and almost makes this play. This is a really good job right here by McNichols to make him miss and not fall down, keep your balance, and then duck and not take a big hit right there to fall forward for the first down. Really good effort right there. So this was a big talking point with the Commanders. Obviously, no Brian Robinson. Obviously, he's hurt, and they're trying to, work him in somewhat slowly. But no Austin Eckler as well, obviously on IR. So what do? Well, all the running backs for the Commanders have played well. McNichols, as you just saw, made a big play. And on the 2nd and goal, you're getting very elaborate with all your motions, okay? So you have a jet sweep motion to the right. And then what you're doing here, you bring the tight end to down block this edge player, and you are pulling guys here to the left. Okay, so you had the jet sweep motion. You see how that draws this safety alongside Terry McLaurin, and you're actually throwing this pitch to the left side. The problem is there's a player right here that Rodriguez has to make miss. If he doesn't make a miss, it's a huge loss of yardage. Not the best tackling form in the world right there from A.J. Terrell. But still, he made a miss, and this block wasn't the best. C-Rod makes him miss as well, and he scores, right? As intricate as the design was, that was more so just a ridiculous run right there from a guy who's making a strong case to get more carries. All right, so the defense gets a huge sack on Michael Penix. You drive down the field, play action fake. Y'all, the design here is so freaking good. Okay, Jayden and the LSU Tigers ran these types of plays as well, not as frequently as I would have liked as an LSU film study analyst, but vertical here, and you get a play action fake here. You go along with the orbit motion on a rollout to the right, and then guess what? You have a leaking tight end here to the left. So you can actually read this one of two ways. When LSU ran this variation, the first read was to the running back and then to the tight end. But here it's to the tight end the entire way, right? The backside defender is accounting for the running back. The leaking tight end who started off blocking is wide open right here. Now, as many of you know, this drive would end with a touchdown to Oz. It was called back for holding, and Washington would eventually have to settle for a field goal. All right, so long 4th and 11 conversion. Falcons are able to convert it, and, well, this eventually happened on 4th down as well. God, this defense really had a tough night, and it's 3rd and Germantown. And what does Jayden Daniels freaking do? Well, he does what he's done all season long, okay? This is not easy at all. So they're in too high right here, and a really good route concept versus too high is a dig. And that's exactly what happens here. The receiver, Oz, has inside leverage. His pocket is really good because the Falcons said, look, it's a 3-man rush here. We're going to have a QB spy, and our guys are going to rush conservatively because we not only don't want Jayden to pick up this with his legs, we want him to throw the football because if it's not complete, it is a drop, and that stops the clock as well. So guess what? Ball thrown, bang, right on the money, hit him right in the chest, and that right there would have ended the game, right? He would catch it, you'd probably be in field goal range, and you kick the game winner. A really, really, really big drop. 2nd and 8, and you get Zach Ertz over the middle. I mean, this is just an easy read right here from Jayden Daniels. You see, middle of the field is just wide open. I do feel this was a bust of some sort, and Jayden, you fooled him earlier, backing a guy out and getting a pick. You're not going to get him again. Jayden waits for this route to get past this, and he throws with good anticipation, bang, right there to Zach Ertz for an easy first down. Outside of Josh Allen and Lamar, I'm not sure if there's a quarterback you want more on 3rd and short. There's just too many things that Jayden Daniels can do, okay? You get an unblocked pressure right up the gut here from Grady Jarrett. I mean, this is one of the best defensive players of this era. Doesn't matter. You had a rush end on the outside, keep it contained. Doesn't matter. Okay? Jayden is just so much faster than pretty much every defender that he's going to face. Okay? cuts back right there on Judon. Doesn't matter. And he picks up all these yards, all while not getting hit at all. Really, really, really good stuff. 2nd and 6. Love this play. Really, really, really do. You're flooding this side of the field, okay? And what's very interesting about it, you keep your tight end in to block, and you have C-Rod running behind all these verticals, all right? And Jayden sees that, and it's just an easy completion for JD5 right here to Chris Rodriguez in the flats. And guess what? Easy yardage here to pick up for Chris. Love to see it, and a fun hurdle there at the end. Look at Rodney Harrison. I think that's Rodney. Alrighty, so we get to this absolutely ridiculous run by Jayden Daniels. And here's the thing. If, let's just say the Commanders were down, I think Jayden makes this throw right here. But he also knows it's 2nd and goal. Let's just say you throw this football, you throw it a little high, especially to a running back who's not Austin Eckler or someone that plays a whole heck of a lot. Throw it high, it's picked off, you're going the other way, right? Another thing is this smash concept at the top of the screen looks open, okay? You have a little out right here, and you have Bates running behind it, but you also have Bates for the Falcons here over here as well. Another thing about this corner route is corners are really good in the red zone because there are a lot of smash concepts run in this portion of the field. They're so good at getting off of this and getting over here and picking it off. It happens a lot. So this looks open. We can't exactly see where Bates is either. So Jayden decides to tuck and run right here. And man, this is an absolute ridiculous run. He gets flat here, gets around this linebacker. And once we got to here, I thought for a second he was going to score, okay? He's able to get around Terrell and almost score this. Good job by Jayden keeping 2 hands on the ball, and you get the 3rd and goal. Now, before I show you this final touchdown, the design of this is pretty self-explanatory. You're getting a little trips bunch right here, and you're actually running a route that's run a lot for running backs, a little angle route here from Zach Ertz behind the trips bunch. It's just so good. Get your big target to box out this DB, and it is the game-winning touchdown. Now, I want to just throw a question out there because it's pretty daggum clear now that the Bo Nix truthers out there know who the true Rookie of the Year is. And as much as I love Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas Jr., and a record-setting tight end in Brock Bowers, I'm not just talking about Rookie of the Year here. Who is more valuable this year in the NFL than Jayden Daniels? I'm not saying he's the best. The guy I think, and by the way, Jayden Daniels not jumping up and down after that touchdown. He's like, hey, there could be a review. It might not count. Just cool, calm, and collected, man. Let me just say this, and once again, it's going to come off as just severe Jayden bias. It's not because, like I said, Joe Burrow, who I adore just as much, is also in the MVP race. But, I mean, the Commanders were just nothing. You saw this game tonight versus a good Falcons team. I mean, first in gazillions, right? It was a lot of first in Baltimore's, to use our and long pun again. And I understand this isn't the best graphic, but screenshot it, do whatever the hell you want with it. I mean, this is just a lot to overcome, especially for a freaking rookie. And on a rookie deal, the Commanders better take advantage of JD5. But yeah, screenshot it, you could see it all. I understand the text isn't really that big. Whatever. This guy, to me, is the most valuable player in the league. We're going to try and get the live stream schedule back on track pretty soon. Obviously, I've been dealing with some stuff with some family health things, which is like taking up so much of my time. But we're always going to get these film studies out as quickly as we possibly can. Okay, it is Power Hour NFL. Boom. And tonight we are doing lemon pepper chicken wings. Let's go. Let's go.
The first rookie quarterback to go and win on the road in more than a decade in his first NFL postseason start. How does that feel?
It's nothing but a blessing.
Jayden Jayden Daniels. This is not a shock for anyone that's actually watched him this year, all the way back to LSU, Commanders Nation. This is an absolute dot. And at LSU, he was one of the best vertical deep ball throwers in his Heisman Trophy season. Obviously, him and Terry have actually missed quite a few, but look at that ball location. Oh, are you freaking kidding me? And, man, look at that. Boom. Now, let's just go ahead and give you this other angle. Look at that. Look at that. The coverage is not bad, but a perfect throw will beat good coverage all day, every freaking day. Let's go, JD5. I honestly think this play says a lot about Jayden, even though you don't pick up this 4th and 2. And you hear excuses all the time for quarterbacks. Well, the offensive line isn't that great. The offensive tackles aren't great. Well, you'll see here that there is a lot of edge pressure on both sides. We know 74 Coleman, the rookie, has had an absolutely brutal season. And Jayden is still able to overcome it. Now, you're not able to pick up this first down here, running, some traffic routes to get Austin Eckler. Even if it's completed, he's getting destroyed, and turnover on down. Jayden Daniels just doesn't make sense, y'all. He just doesn't. He is not human, all right? So Kalijah Kancey gets a little chip right here. That was actually a good chip from Luke McCaffrey, but there's just so much pressure yet again from the left side. So Jayden has to find a way around Kancey, who will have Jayden Daniels' nightmares, and just flings this football up to Austin Eckler on this 3rd and 6. That's Austin Eckler. Our guy Zach Ertz right there. Kind of a quiet night for Zach, and you do pick up the first down. So in the NFL, you can't go past a yard on these RPOs, and a big one was taken away later in this game. Right here, maybe that could have been called past a yard right here for the offensive line. It looks like he's right at the yard. Illegal man downfield, I think in the NFL you should get a 2-yard grace period, because 1 is very extreme. 3rd and Capitol Heights, you've got to get this football into the end zone. Well, you don't have to. You can get it close and go for it on 4th, but right here, Jayden gets the whole shebang. Now, this is a mistake, I feel, defensively from Tampa. All right, first off, it doesn't help that Diaby lost his footing, but if you're only rushing 4 and it's a slower 4, 2 defensive ends, a run-stuffing nose, and a pass-rushing DT, Jayden is just going to buy so much freaking time, and he's able to do that here. Diami Brown gets wide open. There's a coverage bust, and he scores. Right, man, this was probably my favorite Kliff call of the night. I can't wait to look at the all 22 of this. First play of the second half. Let's give Jayden something to really work with here. So you get a motion right here to the right side, and you're having all vertical routes, and if it's not open, just hit the split zone right here from OZ, right? I kept calling him Oz. I learned that he doesn't like to be called Oz, and he's in the flat right here. Jayden doesn't like anything vertical, so you get an easy throw that is difficult for the DBs to pick up, right? And look at all this space for a really good ball carrier after the catch. And you'll see right here, Winfield's one of the best safeties in the NFL. Oz is able to pick up a good 8-ish yards on him. And these are the kinds of plays that gives a defensive coordinator nightmares, okay? So you back out after crowding the line of scrimmage. You get a very delayed play action fake right here. And guess what? Really good pass protection right there from B-Rob to help pick up that DT. And Jayden is able to outrun Vita Vea and find an open receiver down the field. And guess what? Is Diami Brown again for a huge explosive gain. Wow. Then Kliff decides to get sexy. So overload formation, the Ravens are starting to do this quite a bit. Well, actually, they have been doing it all season. Quick fake pitch to the left, and it's actually a screen to the right, and you get the perfect look against it, right? 2 blitzers coming off the edge right here, and guess what? Brown with space to operate. You need a really good block right here. 27 loses contained, so that's even better. And Brown does a good job reading it. And look at what he does right here. He cuts back on him and almost scores this for a career day in a playoff game. What a freaking catch and run. I think one area where Kliff has just dominated people is bringing heavy personnel onto the field and going deep. Look at all these players the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have in this box. So you have 5 guys on the line of scrimmage and 3, and then you have a roast 'em up matchup here with Terry McLaurin, run a vertical to hold the safety deep over behind it. It's just a tale as old as time, right? Some people call this, I believe, Yankee. And guess what? If you get good protection like you actually get here, you give Jayden time to actually get this throw right here to Terry McLaurin. What a throw. What a really good catch. That's very interesting about all these teams in the NFL playoffs is all of them have really good tight ends. And Zach Ertz is really good. 4th and 5, you got to have it. Man-to-man, Jayden Daniels likes the matchup here and throws an absolute dart to, when it comes to going over the middle, how many tight ends have you ever seen better than Zach Ertz? There's just not that many. What a big throw. What a big catch. 4th and goal. And this is very interesting. If I were Jayden, all right, 4th and goal. This is very interesting. Okay, so you snap the football with 1 second on the play clock. I'm not a big fan of this. I'm telling you right now, this route concept is probably the most overrated in the NFL when you run a vertical and you run something behind it. And the goal here is for Terry McLaurin to run through here and OZ run here. Okay, so this is the man beater, and Jayden sees that this is zoned. Even if it is man, though, DBs have gotten so good at passing all of this off. So this is the zone beater side, and they're just running a bunch of stick routes with the little out right here. And your hope is that Zach Ertz is running a corner right here. And honestly, if you're going to throw this, the ball needs to be out now, okay? But Ertz wasn't looking. I would have liked to have seen Zach turn a little bit quicker and look for the ball right now. It looks like Jayden is ready to rip it, but he keeps running this route through this second window, and I'm thinking Jayden probably thought he was looking right here. Either way, it was bang on a pass interference. They didn't call it, and maybe it was designed for him to just go through here the entire way, but still, good defense. So the good news is Baker Mayfield fumbles, and we get to this 4th and 2. What a freaking play by Jayden Daniels. So Kliff Kingsbury says, look, we're going to run trips to one side and just get Terry McLaurin to the backside. And you'll see that Jayden actually starts off looking to the right, as he should, because there's 2 guys over here on Terry McLaurin. So that means there's going to be less guys over here, more than likely, to guard these 3. All right, so we pick it up here from the end zone. Jayden starts off looking right. He doesn't like anything. I want you to see this ball, though, to the left. All right, he looks to see if Austin Eckler's open. No. Antoine Winfield, feet on the goal line here. So Jayden waits for the second window to rip. Footwork is fine. There's a guy right in his face. And look at that ball, man. Look at that ball. Bang. Good freaking stuff, baby. So good in this game. He really was. The only reason this play got off is because there was a chip right here from Zach Ertz. All right, so that little chip slows Diaby down enough. Coleman gets beat. You see he's leaning right here. And Jayden, once again, guys in his face, is still able to deliver this football on to Diaby Brown. And, you know, normally when you see spacing like this, it's not really that good. But sometimes I don't mind it if they're stacked, right? It's just that much harder to guard 2 guys if they are that close. So once again, I don't have the All-22 to really see it. But, man, what a throw. What a catch. Look at that. Bang. All right, to win in the playoffs, you just got to get lucky. And Diaby almost makes the play of the NFL playoffs. Okay? This is a little delay play. All right? So the LSU Tigers actually ran this a ton. You're running 2 verticals here, and you have a wheel from the running back and a leak from OZ. And normally, when LSU runs this play, one of these is open. Normally, it's the leak. It was Jason Taylor's son, Mason, who would normally catch it, and he was a tight end. So they're actually doing it with the receiver, and Jayden sees that Austin Eckler has a ton of space, and he's been so used to Diaby just flying off the edge. This time, Diaby sees the running back leaking, and he goes out with him, right? He might have had man coverage on the running back because Levante David, of course, is blitzing. And look at that. Bang. Okay, he was right there to pick it. Jayden kind of sort of back shoulders it. And Austin Eckler, when he's actually had the football in his hands, has been really good this season. He makes Diaby miss, and this ends up being a huge, huge game. John Mayer once had a song called Gravity, all right? And that word is actually used quite a bit in football, all right? So what does gravity actually mean? Well, it means how much energy do you draw from defenders, all right? And honestly, it can work in offense, right? Aaron Donald had a lot of gravity because he drew a lot of double teams. There's no player in the NFL that's drawing more gravity right now than Jayden Daniels. And it's so important, even more so than Lamar, because he's got, Derrick Henry, Mark Andrews, and probably an overall better supporting cast. So take a look at what actually happens here. There's an offsides right here. I think Kancey had a big offsides in another game. I don't really know. But what happens here is Kancey guesses. So his gap is supposed to be right here. But he's thinking that Jayden Daniels is going to pull it and go to the right side. The problem with that, if you're Kancey, is 98 has contained responsibilities here on Jayden. Okay, so they both go to Jayden Daniels, and it leaves an open hole for Austin Eckler to run through, and he does exactly that. To be honest, I am perfectly fine when it comes to a superstar dual threat mobile quarterback in the playoffs. You play the quarterback every time, all right? Because more than likely he's going to keep it, especially on the 3rd and 1. It drives me crazy when Patrick Mahomes pulls it and the Bosa brothers continue to crash down. So Kancey this time guesses right. He's right here to make the play, and he can only pull Jayden Daniels' flag, if you will. He's holding his towel, and he's still holding it. I'm shocked he just didn't drop it, and Jayden is able to pick up this first down. Here's the thing. If you've watched Jayden Daniels all season long, you knew he was going to make this first guy miss. Y'all, this is a superhuman play. These are the plays that Lamar Jackson makes. And if you want to see Lamar Jackson, we just did a playoff film study on him. That video will be floating in your face here in just a second. But, y'all, I know I did this before the season. All right, so this is not revisionist history. I said Jayden Daniels was going to be the best quarterback in the NFC. I always in the playoffs like to fade teams that have coordinators who are getting head coach interviews. Now, the Commanders obviously have Kliff Kingsbury. I don't think Kliff Kingsbury is going to be hired this cycle, and I also think there's a piece of Kliff that doesn't want to leave Jayden after just one season. But we do know for near certainty that the Lions coordinators, both of them, have been obviously being interviewed, and they're going to be head coaches next season, both to be distracted. So I am going with the Washington Commanders to pull off the upset versus the Lions to face the Philadelphia Eagles. And I actually predicted this before the playoffs started as well. Bang, that playoff prediction is floating right here. And I do think it'll be Commanders and Eagles to go to the Super Bowl. And if you want to see the prediction of that game, you can watch it right there.
Let's go!
That's not
Would
the
that
game.
rattle you?
Nah, not at all.
Power Hour NFL fans, who predicted that Washington would pull off one of the biggest playoff upsets in recent memory? We did! On our preview piece earlier in the week, we pick it up here in the second quarter. Jayden, of course, buying all kinds of time. This offensive line was phenomenal. And guess what?
they were running 2 deep over routes, and Terry McLaurin, who was phenomenal in this game, cleared out all that space for De'Ami Brown to make this catch. So the NFL is an absolutely positively brutal league where you really need guys to step up. So Jayden Daniels actually had Bates in the flats for an open touchdown, kind of short-armed it. So you need your offensive lineman to step up. I think they had a 4th down conversion before this, and look at the blocking right here. And once again, it's the gravity that Jayden Daniels creates, right? You just have to account for the zone read pull at all times. And you'll see right here, the way this probably should have been defended is 99 should have crashed down here on Brian Robinson, and obviously Kirby Joseph pick up Jayden Daniels as a contained guy. But guess what? He doesn't crash down. He crashes down too late. And because he played this terribly, and the reason why he crashed down so late is because he's so worried about Jayden Daniels pulling this. And guess what happens? B-Rob has a hole to run through, okay? So this is a Brian Robinson touchdown, but this is actually a Jayden Daniels touchdown. And guess what? 76 get folded up on. Oh, you hate to see those types of injuries, but it gives the Commanders a lead. All right, we get to here. This is Jayden Daniels again. A little RPO action, all right? So we talked about this with the Lions. They're just not used to playing dual-threat quarterbacks. It's one of the main reasons why I picked the Commanders in this game. The last time they played a quarterback who can actually run is Josh Allen, and the Bills do a really good job of reading numbers, okay? So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys in the box. So Jayden right here pulls it because he sees that there's only 2 guys over here. And guess what? There is a heavy run action to the right, okay? So obviously an overly aggressive defensive coordinator, just way too many guys committed to this run fit, and all you have to do is just have 2 blocks, and it's off to the races here with Terry McLaurin, and you got enough blocks. Terry, of course, really good after the catch. And Kirby Joseph, who led the NFL in interceptions, is an overall physical player. You've got to make this tackle if you're Kirby Joseph, and he just wasn't about that life, right? I would tell the safety right there to horse collar him, do whatever it takes to bring him down, but Terry McLaurin is just playing at way too high a level, and he scores. What a freaking read by Jayden Daniels, and what an amazing run after the catch. And honestly, so much of the playoffs comes down to if you can make plays, and look, obviously, De'Ami Brown was struggling to make this block in the preseason. In particular, Jahan Dotson was missing this block in the preseason, and now they're making them, right? That's just, you just need enough. All right, this is where teams have just not been able to handle Washington. Heavy set, 2-man route concepts and getting deep out of it. That's how they really got things going early in the second quarter, right? 2-man route concept. Once again, there's no Noah Brown here in this Commanders equation, and you have decent protection here. 74, of course, who's been a liability all year, he gets beat, but Jayden, while he was getting hit, look at this ball location, right? When it comes to deep ball location, how many rookie quarterbacks have you seen better than Jayden Daniels? And Brown makes a catch right there with the hand in his face. What a ridiculous snag. You'll see it here. Look at this. This should be a flag. Hands to the face, right? His eyes are legitimately closed. Good play. That's what I'm talking about, De'Ami. All right, so there are plenty of tight ends in this era that are better than Zach Ertz. There just is, okay? But in this specific instance, I don't know if there is a single one that I prefer in the red zone on an inbreaker, right? Obviously, you won a Super Bowl for the Philadelphia Eagles doing this very thing. So let's start with the genius here of Kliff Kingsbury. So there's another receiver you don't see. You get your most potent red zone option moving here, all right? So what's funny here is 6 has inside leverage on Zach Ertz, all right? And if I was scouting Zach Ertz, I know he likes to run inbreakers. In particular, they like running these out of a trips bunch set. Create a bunch of traffic, get Zach Ertz on an inbreaker. So if I'm 6, I am not letting Ertz get to the inside of me. Pause. But what does Ertz decide to do? Instead of just cutting to the inside and giving away that he's breaking to the inside, watch him get physical first, and you see he gets that little head fake to get his feet stopped and just in a position where he's just catching him, and then he's able to create that little rub of separation. It's just a veteran doing veteran things, and once you give up that inside leverage right there. All right, so first play here of the third quarter, we'll break down to the Commanders. This is just what Jayden Daniels does. All right, I was watching this game actually with a... All right, so what Jayden Daniels does a good job of, and I understand the sack numbers are a little high, but he does such a great job of avoiding the disaster play. All right, so unblocked blitzer, there's not many guys on the planet you want more in this situation than Brian Branch. He's untouched, and I'm telling you, this is a dead on arrival play for 90% of the quarterbacks that are out there. But this is kind of what Josh Allen did, right? There was opportunities for the Lions to make plays on Josh Allen, and I envision this, right? You can go look at the preview piece. The Lions just had not played somebody with decent mobility, and Jayden is more mobile than even Josh Allen. He picks up a huge first down. All right, arguably the biggest play of the game right here. 1:41 left to go. Commanders get stopped, and the Lions have a very impressive drive to cut it to 3. All right, Terrion Arnold is a rookie at Alabama, and obviously they played a big game last year in Tuscaloosa versus Jayden, and they were able to win, right? So in the spot, I don't understand this at all. You have to think on 4th and 2, all right? I can understand 4th and 1 that this is going to be handed off, but on 4th and 2, they're not going to not let Jayden Daniels have this football, all right? So you have got to sit heavy to the outside, all right? But what does Terrion Arnold do? All right, he gets caught to the inside for whatever reason. Another thing I like about this from the Commanders' vantage point is, once again, the heavy set. All right, so you bring in an extra offensive lineman. In fact, it's not even really an extra offensive lineman. It is and it isn't. The left tackle actually got moved to the right side. Okay, so this is a heavy overload to the right with a 2 tight end formation and a receiver right here. And you might actually think it's a handoff to the left. And the funny thing about it was there really wasn't that big of a fake here. Another thing I really like about this play from Washington's vantage point is the design of the play is actually what's blocking the play. So no offensive lineman really needs to execute a block. It's the fakes that are getting it done. You get a good seal right here from the tight end Ertz. And what does Terrion Arnold do? He gets caught up to the inside. How do you let this happen? Lions coaching staff, how do you let this happen, Terrion Arnold? Why aren't you playing Jayden the entire way? Okay? You have to know on 4th and 2, they're not just handing that to B-Rob, and they just give the game away. Once again, the better coach team was Washington, and it wasn't even close. Okay, easy first down with no hit either. And then once again, it's B-Rob. And what's funny is when they actually got close to the goal line, I hate it when you get close to the goal line and you get tight. What I like to do is spread them out. So you get into trips right here, really stretch them out, and guess what? You still got to execute. And this time, they have it defended better. You see the end is actually crashing down. Remember on the zone read pull, he's full speed down here. But because there's just so much movement up the middle of this Commanders' offensive line had one hell of a football game. They're able to score. What a freaking drive. Alrighty, so this really was the dagger in the hearts of the Lions. So, man, 4th and 2, obviously Washington amazing on 4th downs. Man, this was just such a tough game, and Aaron Glenn is very likely to be the coach of my favorite team, so I'm a big Aaron Glenn fan. But, man, this will give him nightmares. 4th and 2, he's got an unblocked player right here, all right? And what makes Jayden Daniels such a cheat code is in the run game, you have to have one extra guy to account for him. And then you also saw earlier how his speed in his zone read can have 2 guys account for him. We saw it with Elijah Cansey last week. Well, there's just so many things you can do to have a perfect defensive call against 99% of the quarterbacks. But he still finds a way, right? Jayden is so good at fading away, all right? He understands that even with an unblocked guy, that the Commanders are running a mesh concept, okay? So when you're running mesh, it is a really good man coverage beater. And if they're bringing pressure and there's an unblocked guy, all you have to do is back up and wait for this shallow drag to open up, and that's exactly what happens here. And McLaurin is wide the frick open for the game sealer. And it's just such good understanding of the quarterback position. Seeing man coverage, seeing that there's an unblocked player, just scooting back, and letting Scary Terry get across. So this is interesting. Jayden Daniels on third down was just so good in this game. The funny thing, before that Terry McLaurin fourth down, he was Scary Terry wide open, and on the very next play, Jayden obviously made the play. And that's what makes him so special, right? A negative play doesn't mean anything. A left tackle that is probably a bottom 5 left tackle doesn't mean anything. And this is a very good play call right here from Kliff Kingsbury. The last 20 passing yards of Jayden's on the game. All right. This is very, very, very intricate. So the guy that actually ends up catching this ball is a lead blocking fullback. You are never thinking in this situation that the fullback is actually the one running the route that you're throwing the ball deep to. So you got a vertical here. You have a running back going into the flat, and this ends up basically being a variation of flood, right? Vertical, intermediate, and one in the flat, okay? And actually, the flat is the shallow drag coming across from Terry McLaurin, And Anzalone knows he's beat off that play action fake. Man, it is so, this play calling is so unfreaking believably good. That's the fullback, a.k.a. tight end, making this play. It's freaking dunkulous. I understand that this game, 90% of it is Jayden Daniels being Jayden freaking Daniels. He was the big differentiator, and obviously Jared Goff played, the worst game arguably of his season. But man, I got to give the Commanders defense a lot of credit, and we'll do a Commanders defensive breakdown if you guys want to a little bit later in the week. It really was a team effort, right? The supporting cast for Washington played a lot better than the supporting cast of Detroit. For the most part, their stars, in particular Jahmyr Gibbs, had a good day, right? And they didn't have Hutchinson, whatever, but injuries happen. And that's another thing that makes Jayden so good. No excuses, right? It really has changed how we discuss QBs, right? You can make every excuse for every other rookie quarterback or just any other quarterback. Jayden just goes out there and gets the job done. And that's why I have always believed in him as a professional quarterback. None of this really shocks me. It really doesn't. I predicted that the Commanders would take care of business of the Lions. I was pretty confident in it. The only thing you can make a case that they probably should have just gone for this 4th and 1, but I also think you should just kick the field goal because you make the field goal, it really does end the game. It makes it a 3-possession game. I think if it was only a 10-point game, you go for it. But honestly, y'all, this team could get it done, right? They really, really, really can. Comment below, would you prefer to see the Rams or the Eagles? And we'll talk to you soon, okay? Yes! Power Hour NFL. Boom! And tonight we are doing lemon pepper chicken wings. Let's go. Burgundy and gold. We got to break down this first half. What a phenomenal start by the Philadelphia Eagles. But it all kicked off with a really good drive by Jayden Daniels. So you see he pump fakes. He sees that OZ in the flat is open. He makes a really, really, really good catch and falls forward for the first down. This is ridiculous stuff to make a Pro Bowl linebacker miss to fall forward for this first down. Really loved Dan Quinn's overall philosophy in this first drive, okay? 4th and 5. Look at how far back these Eagles DBs were in this game. Okay, especially on a 4th down. Why not go for this? okay? Punt really doesn't do you much good. Defensively, you're up against it. And you get an Ohio concept over here, vertical here, out here. This is a very simple read for Jayden Daniels. He sees the vertical is carrying this corner, and he finds the good, reliable Zach Ertz, who obviously was the most motivated commander in this game going up against his former team. And I think this play is the perfect example of why Jayden Daniels is so good. Right? So the Eagles have to know that on 4th and 2, the Commanders are going to run some variation of mesh. They have been doing it all season long. And you'll see they're ready for it. All right? So you have the shallow drag right here by Terry McLaurin. You'll see that the linebacker already has Terry spotted right here. Okay? So versus the Lions, they ran this for a first down and obviously hit Terry right here. So this is what makes Jayden so good, is that even if you have the perfect defense called, it doesn't matter. He's going to make a play. Give the offensive line a lot of credit. They really were the true MVPs of this play, and Jayden is able to pick up the first down. It really is impossible to guard this guy for a full game. All right, so Saquon's last long touchdown versus the Commanders, they ran it to the left side, and Lattimore made a tough decision versus a block. Now, this time, they motioned here. It was a Meg call, which means man everywhere he goes. So this pre-snap motion takes Lattimore out of the play. All right? The first thing that's very interesting about this is you get a missed block. This honestly is the easiest and somewhat most critical block of this play. And watch A.J. Brown takes a really bad angle on this. And the end, 6, Fowler does a really good job. So he saw pre-snap right here that A.J. Brown was looking right at him. And watch what actually happens. He spins out of it. He feels this block. Once he knows that these guys are pulling to the left, he knows that there is a down block coming from here. And watch, A.J. Brown did not block it well at all. So 6, Fowler is able to get out, but the problem is he tripped. And once he tripped, it tripped up Bobby Wagner as well, who honestly, just from this angle, wasn't taking the best angle for this anyway. So the talent gap in this game was pretty wide. And I think the biggest gap, the Commanders' offensive tackles versus the Eagles' offensive tackles. I understand this is Jordan Mailata going up against a corner, but this block is actually what made the play. I would prefer one, whatever. I would prefer him to stay outside. He gets a little too far in, and that adds to this pile right here. And look, once you do this, there's going to be a pile, all right? And it's just not good. Not good at all. And what do we say? The big runs that Saquon Barkley has oftentimes come when players lose their feet and don't stop him at all, right? There was at least 2 players for the Commanders on the ground there. A lot of other bodies here as well, and it's off to the races. Yeah, so you get the ball back. You call up a really good screen. There really is no need to break this down into any deep detail. It's just a really good play right here by the Eagles to swarm to the ball. And honestly, it wasn't ever really punched out. De'Ami Brown just kind of lost it. You could see it from a different angle, but still huge turnover. All right, Eagles drive down the field. Hurts hit Devonta Smith on a nice little corner route. And this is Lane Johnson going up against 92 Armstrong. Armstrong, of course, has done some good things. He's a contained guy. So he doesn't need to be peaking. Now, you do want a 2-gap and play this gap as well, but the one thing you don't want is a bounce. Lane Johnson, the best right tackle of this era, just puts Armstrong in a phone booth, and this is an easy bounce tutty for Saquon, okay? It's just so much to deal with. Man, Dan Quinn coached one hell of a football game. But he did make one egregious decision. We'll get there in a second, but let's just celebrate this fake punt. I love that there's 2 options on this play. The most underrated aspect of this fake is this right here, okay? This little swing right here holds the punt safe guy over here. So Way has 2 options, okay? So watch what actually happens. He has a small little rollout to the right, and then he's actually throwing to the leaking tight end here. And this is a tight beautiful spiral right here to Ben Sinnott. I mean, that is perfectly thrown, and you pick up a huge first down. Wow. All right, 3rd and 3. Eagles miss a field goal. It was a really good blitz call by the Commanders' defensive staff. It was an A-gap look, forced a sack, forced a long field goal. Jayden gets the football back, and on 3rd and 3, man, this is such a good play call. And look, this is freaking dunkulous stuff. So you're running a slot fade here with Cooper DeJean, and the one thing I like about a slot fade and a tight end breaker right behind it is it creates just a little bit of traffic right here for a really good corner in big play Slay. The good thing, though, for the Eagles is they have a Pro Bowl linebacker here poaching anything over the middle, okay? So another thing I like about this play is that it's a quick hitter, so you can see the protection is holding up, but still, you're getting the football out quickly, and that ball location is everything, right? It hits Terry, and I love passes when they are thrown. This is as much the ball catching the receiver than the receiver catching the ball, right? So much velocity, bang. You see how that ball just leads Terry McLaurin, and Bond, who's a Pro Bowler, can't make this play. And Terry still has a lot of work to do versus this extremely athletic Eagles secondary, and he makes easy work of them, right? This is ridiculous to basically almost go untouched here. The man runs like a gazelle, and you score. Wow. All right, we'll give you the other angle while we talk about, to me, Dan Quinn's only bad decision, which was going for 2. I did not like the 2-point conversion decision right after this play. It was a very creative design, but it got stuffed. And the reason why I don't like it is it's just too early, right? There's going to be more scoring in the game. If this was late in the 3rd or in the 4th quarter, yeah, you go for 2 to tie the game at 14, but not midway through the 2nd. I think this was a clear kick the extra point. Here we go, 4th and 5. I actually really like the defensive call. So what we're not showing you is on the 3rd and medium, there was a ridiculous, and I mean ridiculous blitz call. It was a double A-gap look, and Jalen Hurts took the sack. This time, the Eagles were ready for it, and Saquon's blitz pickup in this game was so freaking good. It was as good as his runs, right? There was a play earlier in the half where he put Bobby Wagner on his Buhani, all right? So you can't protect this any better, but here's a good thing if you're the Commanders. The coverage is really good. It's single high. Everybody's all over their man except Marshawn Lattimore. All right, who's going up against A.J. Brown. They've had their fair share of battles, and, well, he just gets cooked. And guess what? Big-time players make big-time plays, and A.J. Brown is a big-time player. And even though he's been quiet, this was just Burn City. A perfect throw, perfect catch, good offense beating good defense this time. All right, so push touchdown after a Lattimore pass interference on Devonta Smith. Now, he made one heck of a play on Dallas Goedert on the play before it, but they pound this in, and Lattimore and number 96 Holmes, man, they did a lot of talking for guys that were just getting straight up cooked in this game, and A.J. Brown knows it. So this is a legal block right here, okay? And, well, Lattimore gets carried away. You know, you just can't have this happen. Now, it ended up actually saving a point. The Eagles elected to go for 2 after Lattimore had the unsportsmanlike conduct. They put it at the 1, and the Eagles were actually stuffed on the push. So there you go. And, okay, I'm actually recording this while this happens. Quit! Oh, my goodness. The kickoff returning for the Commanders has been so bad. McCaffrey has looked non-threatening. I don't think that was McCaffrey, though, that actually fumbled this one. Oh, man. God, you got to hold on to it. Oh, it was my guy, McNichols. Oh, and it was Shipley that just ran into him. Oh, man. Oh. All right, so 3rd and goal, and first off, Sanders still got called on a BS late hit call on Saquon Barkley. I'm sorry, that's not a late hit. His foot was barely out of bounds. He's the best running back in the sport. Now, the funny thing about this is the Eagles actually have 2 things pretty open here for a touchdown. You throw this into the flat, block right here. Actually, I don't know. I think that is getting defended. But Tom Brady brought this up in the broadcast, and I'm not always having the volume up. You might have said something else. But as a corner, you want your feet on the goal line. You don't want to sink too far back, and you don't want your hips to open up to the out, right? And that's exactly what happens here. But honestly, this is a really good throw, really good catch from a pretty good receiver in A.J. Brown. And it's a huge, huge touchdown after that turnover. Man, this was a questionable call right here by Vic Fangio. Commanders get the ball back. They hit a pass to Zach Ertz. Jalen Carter did something dirty, punching somebody in the eyeball, really. And it was an extra 5-yard play. And, man, what a decision right here from Jayden Daniels. Once again, they're running mesh, okay? This is what the Commanders do. They run mesh, and teams still can't stop it. And Jayden, with all this space to operate, picks up all these yards and gets them into field goal range. He hit Zach Ertz on a check down to get even more yardage, jumps out of bounds, and that's why JD5 is that guy. Commanders fans, we've already broken down the first half of this disastrous game. Let's go to the second, and the funny thing about it is you're in a pretty decent spot, all things considered. Jordan Mailata, one of the best left tackles in the game, gets burned right here by Armstrong, and you get a big sack, which leads to a punt. All right, so we get to the 2nd and 8, and what have we always said about Jayden Daniels? He can escape out of pretty much any situation. But the worst matchup for him are the Philadelphia Eagles, just because they're just so good at every position up front. And this is without a healthy Brandon Graham. I mean, if Jayden has time, he's hitting Zach Ertz right here on this dig. Zach's probably still working here. And even if Bond covers this, he's probably just working to Austin Eckler for a nice little gain. The problem here is there's immense A-gap pressure. And the worst type of pressure to give up is A-gap pressure. So Allegretti going up against Jordan Davis, not to be confused with the country music star. And he allows him to go to the inside, which is the A-gap in this instance. Jalen Carter right here getting double-teamed. And honestly, Coleman does a good job getting 19 basically to the ground. Maybe Jayden could have given ground and span out this way. He tried, but Davis, his paws are just too big in this instance, and it's a big, big, big sack. And it sets up this 3rd and Silver Spring. There's really not a whole lot you could do here except run a screen. I actually liked this play call, and you actually get really good blocks right here. This could have been better. I would have liked to have seen this interior lineman get to this shoulder. This allowed 93 to give ground to get back into the play. If you make that block, this is probably a little bit more interesting, but 93 does eventually come back and make the tackle, and you have to punt. Yeah, so the Commanders could never really figure out their corner issue, right? Obviously, we broke it down in the first half film study that Lattimore was a disaster. Mike Sanders obviously, that Saquon penalty was a bad call. You get a lot of pressure here, but Sanders still just gets cooked by A.J. Brown on this comeback route so bad that Jalen's still able to make this throw. And, Mike does a good job making that tackle, but still. 2nd and 3, and I think every defense on the planet is just getting fooled by this play call, okay? This is one of my favorite plays to run into the boundary, which is a tight end wheel as the intermediate option. Okay, so you're running a vertical here. Saquon going into the flat had been killing you, and obviously there's going to be a lot of gravity with Saquon Barkley, and this vertical from Dallas Goedert behind this vertical is always going to be open. The protection is ridiculously good, and, well, there's just a lot of defenses getting fooled by that at this juncture. You need your big-time players to make big-time plays, and the backup right here, Tyler Steen, dominates first-round rookie Johnny Newton. I don't know why he didn't go by Jerzan. That's such a better name than Johnny. But he just gets dominated, and it opens up the hole so big on this QB draw, and this is just very simple stuff. 51 here, Barkley here, and this is a walk-in touchdown. It's just really bad defensive line play. Give 64 credit, almost diving in and making that play. But, man, Jonathan Allen picked the worst time to miss his first game. And what does Jayden Daniels do? Well, he delivers. Okay, once again, there's a lot, and I mean a lot, of A-gap pressure right up the gut. And what does JD5 do? Well, he delivers an absolute strike. He gives some ground here, and nobody gives ground in the NFL right now better than Jayden in my estimation. And look at that. Finds an open De'Ami Brown, who had some issues really securing that, but he still makes the play. Okay, so Kliff Kingsbury saw Dallas Goedert do this. So guess what? The Commanders are going to do the same thing. So you have a flat route, vertical, and an out behind it. Love this flood concept, and this is actually one of Tom Brady's favorite play calls of the evening. And at any level of football, teams struggle stopping this as Zach Ertz cooked his former team. Now, was this a bad call right here? Yes. This should have been excessive if the Saquon one was excessive. So, sure, yeah, this should have been an extra 15. Bless this quarterbacking here from Jayden Daniels. It's just ridiculous. Okay, so you get a basic simulated pressure, 19 backs out. You got a blitzer coming from this direction. And because the Eagles have such a good front, all game long they were able to stay in this very comfortable two-high quarters type of shell, right? Umbrella coverage. So the thing that could get kind of creative with this, and the Eagles do a good job of it, is the robber aspect of it. You could bring a guy into the box, so on and so on. Because if you're getting pressure, it's just so freaking difficult to make plays, okay? And look at this from Jayden. Waits for this Zacchaeus route to get open, throws it. Could that have been a little quicker? Sure, but it's still a good throw. Really good catch. Now we get to this masterful Jayden Daniels touchdown run, playing with so much joy and passion. Man, first off, let's give Kliff Kingsbury a lot of credit on this play call. All right, we know that they have been doing this all season long. All right, overloading one side of the line of scrimmage. So this is actually an offensive guard going to the left side here, and the tight end essentially becomes the offensive tackle here to the right. So the strength call actually here is to the left or to the defense's right. So what does Jayden Daniels and the Commanders decide to do? Well, they run away from the strength call. Now, what's really funny about this is Zach Bond actually sees it pretty quick, this option, but you can see the Eagles are really stretched. Now, Jayden sees that the Eagles have this covered pretty well, but he reads this like how a running back would read it. He stops, waits for this flow, to obviously here to the left side, you have to compensate for these extra tight ends. Play action fake, trying to get Zach Ertz on the slip, and Blankenship has it covered. All right. So now Jayden is looking for something. All right. Should this have been a legal man downfield? Sure. Which makes me think that this was a slip to Zach Ertz the entire way. All right. So Jayden stops, and, well, he eventually finds OZ in the back of the end zone. It's a really good route by him as well to beat Darius Big Play Slave for the two-pointer. All right, 3rd and 5. I think this was actually one of the worst defensive play calls of the night because the Commanders just kept spamming this, and the Eagles started to pick up on it. Now, in the first half, the first time they did this, they got a big sack, and it forced a missed field goal. The second time was the A.J. Brown goal ball that should have been a holding call on Saquon. So this is the third time you show a double A gap look, and you just bring everyone. And this time the Eagles are like, okay, we think you're going to do this, so we're going to run the best man coverage beater on the planet Earth, which is mesh. And unfortunately, the Commanders are in the worst look. Double A gap pressure takes out the middle of the field, and obviously you're just at a huge leverage disadvantage. It's a mag call, which means man everywhere he goes. So none of these routes are getting passed off. And that is just way too difficult of a play for Marshawn Lattimore to pick up. So this is a little too easy. I would have liked to have seen one drop back to the middle of the field, but you're just going to lose running the same play. And Saquon's block right there was absolutely positively huge. Now, this ends up not being a big play, but the first down there was so critical. All right, 3rd and 5. Guess what? You bring it again. And this time, it works, right? Because Jurgens is hurt, can't make this play. Luvu, who was a controversial figure in this game, steps in and makes a big play. All right, so the Eagles elect to punt because they don't trust their field goal kicker. Play action fake, and man, this is really good quarterbacking from Jayden Daniels. This is good reading of the game as well. See the leverage disadvantage. Once again, I've said this plenty of times. There's no tight end in the NFL better at running over the middle than Zach Ertz, okay? Are there better tight ends, more explosive tight ends? Oh, yeah. Ertz is not a top 5 tight end in the NFL. But this season he was top 10, and it's because of inbreakers like that. This play is a perfect encapsulation of this game. The other team being better coached, the other team overall having better players. Now, let's start with the initial defensive alignment. All right, the Commanders are down by 11. All right, so the Eagles, like they had been doing all game, look at how far back they are playing. All right, 2 deep safeties, cornerback here, cornerback here. So no aggressive coverage at all. And the linebackers are light-footed as well. So really, against this front, you have to like your protection. But Alec Reddy just had an absolute disastrous game. And guess what? He gives up A-gap pressure again. All right? This is something that happened all half. And once again, Jayden Daniels is absolutely positively ridiculous. Could he have spun out here and make a bigger play? Sure. All right. But this is good quarterbacking. Hit your check down to an all-time great receiving running back out of the backfield. Once again, that A-gap pressure did not help. And look, it's a really good throw, really good play. But Burks comes in and knocks it loose. Now, once again, I'm not going to go too deep into this, but Biotish got the fumble. All right. The Eagles never had full possession of this. This is one of the worst calls I've seen ever in the playoffs. There's no way that any referee could say that anybody has firm possession of the ball right here, and it's clear Biotish wins the scrum. Look, there's a football right there. Nobody has it clearly, and it should just go to the guy that eventually gets the ball, which is him, okay? It's just that simple. A.J. Brown had a big catch on Sanders still after the fumble, and now we get to the dagger here. And, man, you know, I shared why I picked the Eagles earlier this week. And by the way, give your boy some credit. I picked every NFC game correct this playoff cycle. So this is just an all-time offensive line doing all-time things. First thing, 99 right here gets absolutely smoked by the offensive tackle. So what I would have liked to have seen happen here, if I know that Luvu is coming around on this blitz, if I'm 99, I want to hold this left tackle just a little bit longer. But watch what Jordan Mailata does. He processes a ridiculous bit of information right here. He sees 99 cutting to the inside, and out of his periphery, he sees Luvu coming around the edge. And because this is a hard step to the left by every single offensive lineman, just a simple zone block to the left, he knows that the left guard is also going to be here to help pick up 99. So watch. Boom. And then boom. Watch how his head just snaps right here to pick up Luvu to kick him out here. This is ridiculous stuff. 99 gets pushed way too far to the inside. This guard gets 99 to the second, a yard and a half behind the line of scrimmage. And look at that, all right? So 99 is completely out of this play. And then because he gets blown out of here so hard, guess what? Mailata is able to get over here and kick Luvu out of this play, and it opens up a gaping hole. The next thing that goes wrong here is 20 has a really, 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 really bad run fit here. Okay? So you'll see that at the snap, Bobby Wagner runs with Devonta Smith. 20 is probably thinking, hey, I need to, replace 54 Bobby Wagner right here. But he gets caught up in the wash. It doesn't help. 99 is right in his lap. And guess what? Now he's getting blocked by 99's guy really badly because he's in the way, right? So really, who was that, Clinton Farrell? 99 just really destroyed this play for the Commanders, who just did not have enough juice on their defensive line. Anyone that's watched him this year, you know this. And, of course, he's not even going to touch him. It also does not help that Marshawn Lattimore, once again, just as a corner, is in a really tough spot. He actually doesn't play this all too bad. Do I think he could have gotten off of this a little bit sooner to help out with this? Maybe so, but this time he spun out. Remember in our breakdown earlier this week, we talked about him just kind of fading off and not making this hard enough. Well, he did a little better there, but you're just in trouble, and I need Jeremy Chin to make this play, and he does. Okay, that's a really, really, really good tackle, but once again, 99. Ugh. Woo. JD5, what a play. Finds Zach Ertz versus a safety. Zach Ertz runs a really good out, and Jayden throws an absolute dot right here to Ertz. Wow, good throw, even better catch. Let's go to this 3rd and 12, and it was a tough year for Luke McCaffrey in the first year here. Now, one thing I do want to point out is the Commanders did end up missing a guy like Noah Brown in this game. Once again, you could make a case that Jayden should have just kept feeding the hot hand here to Ertz. This comeback was also there. But I understand McCaffrey, he wants to make sure he's past the sticks on this 3rd and 12. But I do think in this situation, you do need to keep coming back to the football. Big play Slay, is that pass interference right here? In theory, you could make the case that running through someone like this is PI, but it's too bang-bang, and McCaffrey just goes down too easy, and it's almost a pick. So in our referee video, we did not include this play. God, this is a huge, and I mean huge, blatant miscall right here from the referees, okay? So what the Eagles decide to do is run a QB spy with Jalen Carter, and this is honestly really well executed by Philly, all right? So Huff cuts to the inside here, spin move to avoid this chip, and that is not, in theory, what you want to do with Jayden Daniels, but this time it is by design, right? The Bills did this versus Lamar Jackson, where you have someone cut to the inside, quarterback thinks he has contained beat, but there's actually a few players there, okay? Nolan Smith running the hula hoop here, Jalen Carter right here to make the sack as well, but this has to be whistled. Clear, and I mean clear, defensive holding by Jalen Carter. Now, it had no impact on the play, but you'll see right here, okay, that is a clear tug, all right? Defensive holding could happen anywhere. Normally, they're going to be a little bit more lenient behind the line of scrimmage, but when you're putting your hands up in the air like that, clear tug. And it would have changed nothing, but it should have been a flag and a first down for the Commanders. Washington could never figure this out defensively. Saquon just kept bouncing on him. All right, 92 missed aligned earlier for a bounce touchdown. I understand taking the block square, but you've got to keep your outside shoulder free. It's a good block right there by Calcaterra. And then, of course, A.J. Brown was a really good blocker in this game. Sometimes he can get patty cakey. On the first run, he actually was patty cakey, but still, this Commanders defense was just bad. 3rd and 6, like it really matters at this point. Once again, there's a missed hands to the face right here by the Commanders. Jalen Carter retaliates right here, bang with the hands to the face. So 2 missed calls right there. Normally the second guy is getting whistled, especially if somebody's falling down like that. And still, Jayden Daniels does Jayden Daniels things. But watch this right here by Zach Ertz. My God, this guy had one whale of a football game. All right, 3rd and 10, Jayden gets an INT here. This is not a throw that I think he makes in an actual game. Obviously here, and we saw Jayden do this all season long, he was so good on in-breakers, taking what the defense gave him. He's throwing this in an actual game. But right now, they've doubled up your score. So you do need to start scoring points, and Terry had been quiet. Give the Eagles a lot of credit. This is still not a bad throw if you ask me, right? Jump ball, give Terry McLaurin a chance to make this play. Quinyon Mitchell just makes a better play. I mean, this is as ridiculous of an INT you'll see. It really is that ridiculous of a play. So it's an INT against Jayden. Give them credit, okay? Commanders fans, we are at the end. Now, what I first need you to do is comment below, what would you like to see this offseason, okay? Do you want a lot of NFL draft content? Let me know. Now, let's get into the nitty-gritty. Was there a lot of bad calls that went against the Commanders? Yes, the refereeing was very much in favor of the Eagles in this game. But the simple truth is they're likely winning this game regardless.
I couldn't be prouder of the guys in the locker room. You know, just year one, everybody not really knowing each other. Rookies, the vets did a tremendous job of, you know, bringing us in and helping us out. And, you know, we all just meshed, and, you know, we got to this point. But at the end of the day, man, you know, we lost. It sucks.
So, once again, if you want to see the first half film study, it'll be linked down below. But, y'all, it is ridiculous that Jayden Daniels took this roster to the NFC Championship game. And the one thing I'll say is Jayden is by far the best quarterback in the NFC, especially if you filter it out for quarterbacks under the age of 30, right? He is by far the best. And you don't have to deal with Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and number 15 for Kansas City, and Justin Herbert, and Drake May, who I think is going to be really good, and Bo Nix with Sean Payton. You don't have to deal with any of these guys. Now, let's get to the harshest truth about this game today. Now, I understand Commanders fans, what I'm about to say is not going to be welcomed, and that's perfectly fine. But I lost some subscribers in my preview NFL piece when I predicted the NFC playoff picture absolutely perfect. I had the Commanders losing in the NFC Championship game to the Eagles, even though I want, obviously, Jayden to win. Okay? Jayden was never going to win this game with all the mistakes that the Commanders made. But even with those fumbles and stuff, the better team was on the opposite sideline. And look, one thing I'll take to heart here is this will be the least talented Commanders team around Jayden Daniels. So Washington really needs to put the foot on the gas, because I do think it is their NFC starting next year. But for this game, unless everything went absolutely perfect, the calls, the mistakes, man, you said so many guys. I mean, I think right there is a tug right there on Jalen Carter that was missed. I just don't think Washington was ever going to win this game. You know, you had a rough Thursday night game earlier this year versus this team. Then in the last game, a Kenny Pickett Eagles team almost beat you. And it took a very special Jayden Daniels drive to Jamison Crowder to win that game. So that's harsh. It's a tough pill to swallow. Philly's always winning this game. But it is what it is. To the future, it is Power Hour NFL. Boom! Now floating in your face, the other Commanders breakdowns we've done for this game. And tonight, we're doing shrimp pasta. Let's go.